Hello everyone, thank you New York for showing up to your base meeting. Thank you Christian and Penelope for putting this together for your base. It is really important that everybody stays informed, and of course it's really important that you know your contract. So I'm really thankful that Christian and Penelope are doing this for you. I really want to talk today to you about negotiations. It is time for a contract. We have been in negotiations since November of 2018. I know you know more than I do how much we need better work rules, better wages, better staffing. Okay, it is time for all of that to happen. And the only way that we're going to get a contract that you all deserve is by all of you showing up and helping us make that happen. This is not about the 7 negotiators at the table. This is about the 25,000 members. So I know, unfortunately, we had to cancel your picketing event yesterday, but for the next picketing event, please show up. While we are in between picketing events, it's really important that you stay informed. So you can go to the apfa.org website and you can see exactly what your negotiating team is negotiating. Please also read the hotlines and make sure that you ask questions. Ask us any questions you want about what we're negotiating for you. We will make sure that you have the best and the most up-to-date information that we possibly can give you as soon as we possibly can do that. We are meeting Wednesday and Thursday of this week with the company. We will be passing reserve back to the company this week, and they will be passing back scheduling this week. So it's really important that you guys stay informed, and hopefully we'll see you out on the picket line in the next couple of months. Thank you all, and I'm going to say my message again to you. Stay informed and fly safely.
Hello to our LaGuardia members. I'm Larry Salas, APFA National Vice President. Welcome and thanks for joining us. Thank you, Christian and Penelope, for including us in your town hall meeting. Today, I would like to discuss the National Vice President's Department and some of the issues we are currently working on. One of the primary functions of the Vice President's Department is the System Board of Adjustment, known as SBA. Our department handles grievances that are not resolved at the base level. We work to settle those cases on your behalf, or we move them forward to arbitration. Some of the most common grievances we continue to see surround the attendance and performance program, particularly disputes over issuing LC points, including those associated with approved FMLA. FMLA is a legally protected right, and APFA adamantly disagrees with the company assessing LC points. Unexpected illness can occur at any time and with sudden onset. Please know that any FMLA recodes with an accompanying LC point will not be automatically mitigated. You must contact your AFSM to request that the LC point be mitigated. If the AFSM is unwilling to mitigate the LC point, don't hesitate to get in touch with your APFA LaGuardia-based representative to file a notice of dispute. Also, it's a good idea to periodically check your MyView for accuracy. Christian and Penelope are here to support you, and your national officers are here to support you on the national level to ensure that your rights are protected. Thank you again for your hard work and dedication, and to Christian and Penelope for their continued dedication and commitment to the flight attendants at LaGuardia.
Hi, I'm Josh Black, your APFA National Secretary. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to Christian and Penelope for their hard work in supporting our LaGuardia-based flight attendants. Our team has been diligently working to create a new and improved experience for you on apfa.org. We've added several new pages to help you navigate your work life more effectively. For example, we've created a dedicated section on the website titled On the Job, designed to assist you while you're out flying. This new section offers a range of resources, including information on legalities, rescheduling and pay protections, deadheading, and much, much more. Another important resource is the negotiations page, where you can find in-depth updates on our progress in negotiations. I invite you to visit apfa.org and familiarize yourself with the valuable resources available to you. We have put in a lot of effort to ensure that these resources are easily accessible and beneficial for all of our union members. Thank you again for your continued support. Remember to fly safely, and please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or need assistance. APFA is here to serve you. Thank you.
Hey to all our New York-based flight attendants. I am Eric Harris, your National Treasurer, and I'm proud to stand with you in the fight for fair wages, better working conditions, and respect for our labor. As you embark on this new term with Christian and Penelope leading the way, I want to take a moment to address you, our New York-based members. Now, more than ever, it is crucial that we stay engaged, informed, and keep our dues current. We need to make sure that all of our voices are heard and that we are taking an active role in our union. It is crucial to our work group and the industry that we all stand together in solidarity to fight for the contract that we deserve. Unfortunately, I must report that there are currently 799 LaGuardia-based members who are in dues arrears, which adds up to a total of $260,000. This means that 800 of our members' voices are not being heard. We cannot allow this to continue. We need to ensure that we are in good standing to vote, attend meetings, and participate in union activities. I urge you to visit the APFA website and log in to view your account balance, update your contact information, and pay your dues. If you have any questions regarding your dues account or your membership details, please do not hesitate to contact the APFA Dues Department at dues@apfa.org or the Membership Department at membership@apfa.org. We are here to support you, and as Christian and Penelope lead you in this new term, we are committed to fighting for equality and respect for our labor. Let's stand together and fight for the contract that we deserve. We are ready.
My name is Christian Santana. I'm your local APFA president, and I am very proud to come here today to bring you guys a presentation to give you sort of an up to speed of where our base is, where we're going, and our vision for LaGuardia. There has been a lot of movement in terms of transfers and flying, and the growth of this base has really taken us by surprise, and I can only imagine what that translates to you guys out in line. So in this meeting, we hope to set a tone of where this base exactly is and to make it feel to you as a family and a home more than it is a place where you work. Penelope and I have done our best to try to keep up with the growth. It's been very difficult, but as you guys will know, yesterday we had to cancel the picket event, which we are really upset about, but it was all about your safety and security. We live in a city that is very complex, and we have people that have joined our base that have never been in the city before, and I really have to take into consideration every single person, every single flight attendant, even that new hire who has come and moved here from a very small town and now is in this big city. So we want you to know that we are going to continue to participate in all future events. And if you ever yourself find that we are having any event at the base and you feel any kind of precautionary measures should be taken, please let us know, because we're always going to put your safety and security first. I will introduce you Penelope King, your base vice president, and then we can continue with the event.
I am Penelope King. As Christian said, I am the APFA LaGuardia vice president. Welcome to everybody who is streaming and everybody who is here live. We do appreciate it. We appreciate you coming to become informed, learn more about APFA, what we do, what we are here for, and hopefully you can learn about where we are in negotiations. So welcome.
Thank you, Penelope. On the agenda, the first item I put was advocacy, and I put APFA and AA. Most of you by now know that I am not your traditional, typical base president. I basically grew up in this base. I grew up in this town. I'm from Brooklyn. And one of the things that when I took office was important to me was that the membership that elected me to do this job and be in this role got to see not just the pretty picture and the nice things that I try to put out for you, but also how things work on the inside. When you come to us with grievances, when you come to us with things that are affecting your quality of work life, it's for me something that I take very serious. Although sometimes, as you all know, We run into snags, we run into delays, we don't get paid when we should. So for us, it's really more the relationship that we build with management here locally. They can tell you that when I first started my term, it wasn't the smoothest start, but we did get to a point where we developed a relationship where we can work together, we can disagree, and we have the fortune of being a unionized labor worker. Okay, so we have a process for everything. I brought today the local team here to say a few words to you. And the reason why they're here is because advocacy is being able to put aside your personal feelings, your grievances that are personal, and truly work with someone else that is on behalf of the person that would like you to be where I am. And that is what I do with this team. We do run into moments where we get really heated and we disagree. We go to grievances, but we also have a lot of moments where we step outside of the contract. We step outside of the norm and we do what's called advocate. And that is what's important. And some of my council members were really concerned about, hey, management is going to be at the meeting. Well, if I can't tell you and show you, right, what it is I do for you, then that's not transparency. And I vow to be transparent in my terms. So I want you to understand that if you ever have an issue, and that's part of our presentation today, you must be able to count on management to advocate on your behalf. We're your union, we're here to support you, we're here to do everything you need us to do, but our real role is to protect your contract. And I'm trying my best to get this base to the point where you put management to work, because we've been working a lot. We don't mind working for you, but if we put them to work, right, and you come to us when they aren't doing or giving you what your contract says, what we create is that what I put on the agenda, advocacy. And then we work together and we work through the process. We have grievances, we have side conversations, and we get you made whole. We get you a quality of work life that you deserve on the line, be it a customer, be it a delay, be it extra time you need because circumstances are not in the contract, but do demand that you get extra pay. I have to work with management in order to make that happen. So I'm going to give them a few minutes of our time to speak to you. We are in negotiations. This presentation by them is nothing about negotiations or anything like that. It's really for you to see that there is no preference here. Christian Santana, your vice president, is what you see. And if you ever have questions or you go to them or come to us, understand that the collaboration is always nonstop. That is what we have to do in order to protect our contract. So I will introduce Shelly Ann Smith, the senior base manager, and give her a few minutes on our time. Shelly Ann.
Good morning, everyone. It is really nice to be here. I have to say thank you to Christian as well as Penelope and the entire base council for having us here. With me today, who accompanied me is Debbie Carvada, or our regional director of our region, and Fashana Whiteman, who is the base manager of the JFK. So Christian, I think, painted a really good picture as far as what we do when we interact with our APFA leaders. So I know there are times that we don't often, we may not have agreement when we initially meet, but our goal is typically always the same. It is to operate with you in mind and for the betterment of you. There are many roads to get to a goal or a resolution. And I may take one road, Christian or Penelope or the council may take another road. However, again, the ultimate goal is that you are advocated for and supported for to the best of our ability. And I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I wanted to say that I'm grateful for the opportunity that I can cat for you and be here. and to say thank you. I wish you a great meeting and a successful meeting.
Thank you, Sharon. Events manager? I'm the person whom I go to for the facts of grievances.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kashana Whiteman. As Christian and Shelley alluded to, I am the base manager at JFK. And to echo Christian's point, at the end of the day, our common goal is flight attendant. I don't know if many of you know that, but I was a flight attendant for 18 years, so I understand where you're coming from. I've been where you are. And at the end of the day, we will always advocate for your betterment, for your safety, to make sure that your needs are being met and to come to a common solution. To their point again, some days we don't always agree, but at the end of the day, we will do what we can to make sure that you all are well taken care of. So that's all I have. Thank you, and I hope you guys have a great meeting, and I'll see you guys around.
Thank you. Most of you may at some point or another either met, heard of, or said something about Debbie Carvana. Debbie Carvana, I when I started doing union work way back in the day with Eric Hodgman and Suzanne Edwards, I would hear her name, and for some reason, you know, I'm a union guy. I just grew up union and everything was union. So when I would hear Debbie Carvana, I would always say to people, wait, she's manager, like she's not our side, right? I must say that it's been for me a relief since she's taken over the region, because we are facing some really difficult issues in New York. I've never in my wildest dreams imagined that after taking office in 9 months, I was gonna have to go with the press, with Shelley Ann, who accompanied me, who went with us to meet a flight attendant who hasn't been flying 3 months and her nose was broken by some guy who just didn't like her. That was one of the most difficult things I had to do, and to have a team here that you can go to and have carte blanche and tell you what do you need, we'll do it. It's not about friendship. It's not about, you know, being comfortable with management. Again, back to advocacy. And so Debbie Carvana is someone that I have truly always respected. She knows our disagreements. And I will give her a few minutes of our time so that she can speak to you. And I know that she's also going to help us get a good contract, right, Debbie?
So, thank you very much for having me here today. I wanted to say a couple of things. First off, I've been fortunate to be assigned to the Northeast now. As many of you may or may not know, I spent the majority of my career in Chicago, and it's also my hometown. So I want to start by saying 3 things that I love about New York. Besides the absolute candor when you can speak to people in operations or on an aircraft, I also appreciate the integrity and honesty when you have to exchange sort of the both sides to a story. And though there might be a little lilt to one side versus another, in the end, when you can have a trusting relationship, it really does more than just use the word advocacy. It literally defines the word. So I can tell you that I really feel very fortunate to have a great staff and a partnership with the APFA. And I wish you nothing but the best today and being able to get down to the nitty gritty with respect to the issues and your needs. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to get into a very important topic, and it's communication. And Penelope and I have tried to find a way to improve. Thank you again for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We tried to find a way to really improve how we communicate with you. And when I say communicate, I don't mean the general term as in like, you know, briefings and hotlines. I'm talking when you email us, when you contact us and you need something. And there's no way for you on the line flying, because I flew a high time, I flew 110 hours. There's no way for you to understand that when you send us an email that to you is very urgent and personal, that we are dealing with a crisis, right? That although we may have 3 or 4 council reps, one crisis, such as like the ones we had in Delhi, the one we had in Doha, it takes all of us and then some. We've had to reach out to headquarters just to assist us. So in the spirit of, first organizing ourselves in our second term, Penelope and I kept saying, well, what can we do to really give the flight attendants a center or a core that we don't lose or miss them? And you all know, one of us has either not responded to your email or maybe has forgotten it, or we've just been so busy that we haven't followed up, and it happens. So I think we're better. I think we've done a lot better, but what we did create, and we are just announcing to you after we announced it to the last new hire class that we indoctrinated, is that we created a centralized email for the entire base to communicate with the entire council. And the email is very easy to remember. It's LGA, like our base, at apfa.org. We will put out a base brief with this information, so you have it. But what I want to explain about communication in this email is that New York, when I took office, was 1,700 people. We were flying our normal seasonal IPD, and we really only kept through the winter, South America, summer 3 times a week. And as usual, we lost our typical Madrid, Rome, etc. We are now robust, we're growing. We are, I sometimes say to Penelope, is it a blessing or is it like a test, because there are days where we cannot keep up. So what we're gonna ask of you is to please use this email when you are communicating with us, and it's a general issue related to contracts or scheduling, anything that has to do with your contract that we need to address either through a grievance or a conversation with management. We would like you to start using this email. Now, our personal officer email is csantana@apfa.org and pking@apfa.org. We never want you to feel like that's, off limits. You can use that if it's something personal, if you have something that's contractual, but you just are the type of person who wants to communicate with us on a personal level, we welcome that. But we think that the LGA@apfa.org is going to give us a little bit more control of the volume of work we have. And I'm in the process now of onboarding more council members. It pains me to say this, but I started doing union work at a time where I think I started in 2015. Eric is in the room. Please don't let me be off. I started in 2015. I did not receive a trip removal probably till 2020 something, like when I did contract action, which was what we call today. And that was when I was a fact rep back in the day. Michelle Nasca, the former JFK-based president at the time, she asked me to come on board. And that's the infamous contract that put a sticker on my back as the contract pusher and really made it difficult for me to get elected. And I understand that. Today I do. But I want to make sure that if you're going to use this line of communication, that you understand why for us it's important that you engage management before you engage us. If you are in the operation and you're dealing with, let's say, a reschedule, and it's happening more than we would like it to, but I will give props to the contract team in headquarters, Jeff, Marty. It's not as bad as we had it, but we still have the issue where scheduling keeps violating our contract and illegally rescheduling you. We need you to put your FSMs who are in charge of your performance to the task. We don't mind if you email us, right? And we see that you're emailing your FSM and you're copying me in or Penelope, hey, I'm on a reschedule, call them. If you're off business hours and they're not in the office, you can call one of the base counsel. But we need to get the base to a point where management actually starts to do the work that they're supposed to do. Because we've sort of fallen into this pattern of APFA first and then management second. Well, what's happening is that we're burning the resources that we need to have for the nuclear option, which is grievances, which is when we have to go to management and say, look, we need you to pay Flight Attendant Santana an extra pay or an extra, red flag for a specific sequence. So the operation, rescheduling, contract violations, no hotels. If you're during business hours and you call the JFK MOD, the LaGuardia MOD, if you're Newark flyer, Newark using the LaGuardia MOD number, ask for a member of management. Let them know, hey, I'm on a trip. I am being rescheduled illegally. If you're emailing them, copy us in. But we need to try to give the reps here the time and the space so that we can effectively really get you what you need, which is money. The way I look at my job, aside from fighting a case that's performance-wise, customer complaints, social media, preserve that base. But when you come to me and you say to me, hey, I'm owed money for X, Y, and Z, that is a whole different level of worry for me. Because whether you can or can't, if you're telling me you're not made whole, it me you possibly may not be able to make ends meet. Okay, and I was there. I was a new hire, and even not a new hire, there are times where you just struggle. So we need to be able to now focus more on getting the company to pay when they owe you, to pay on time. You guys already know they will agree to pay you, but then they take forever to make sure that Paycom pays you. So the communication part is the part I want to see if we can give this email a try. Let's see if it centralizes things to a way where we can respond to you faster. Right now on the base council active, we have Eric Hodgson. He mainly handles things that are grievances. If you were to ask him not on this call, he would say that he tries to serve as my attorney and my secretary and my assistant. Because I go to him for a lot of things. Sharon Dunn has been an extreme help because we never expected to have to deal with what the pandemic brought us, and it was all really, it was peer work. And when you're in our roles, I'm trained, I think, on everything. I'm CERT, EAP, professional standards. I've taken every training there is. It is different when you're in my position to handle something that challenges you emotionally, that you yourself need to be debriefed and, given time to process what you heard and what you've seen. I'm human. I get triggered by things in my life in the past, right? So Sharon came on board and really brought that element to us that helped us deal with cases that we were like, what do we do? And as you all know, Sharon was a former head of the EAP department, and for many years, I worked on the CERT. So please use the email lga@apfa.org. You can use it as of this moment. My base counsel has been instructed, including myself. When I say base counsel, I am including myself. We will be checking the email periodically. We will not be responding to issues that are not of an urgent matter when it's not business hours. I've overworked them. I have been working them literally to the bone. So with 3,000 people, my budget really has not increased a lot. I have to make sure that the communication now reflects, right, a healthy balance so that my reps are not overworked and that when you call them, they don't snap at you or that, we're like pulling our hair out because it's happened. We have had days where I'm checking in with them, we get on a call, and they're looking at me like, what more do you want us to do? And that's what this base has done to us. And that's why the communication needs to be centralized. So I would like feedback. If you see that we put this email up and that you're not getting responses in a timely manner, or is there something we can do better with the email, please email us and let us know. We always like to hear how we can improve. But if you feel we need additional resources for communication, we are willing to put those in place. But I think this is a good start. Penelope, I don't know if you have anything.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of backtrack a little bit and piggyback on communicating after hours. If you cannot get a hold of a local MOD, if you need to get a PO from your attendance manager and crew scheduling is not giving it to you, please contact Daily Ops and we can get you that phone number. Daily Ops is at Skyview. They're 24/7. They are there to assist you. They will, if you need a PO, they will ask you what the emergency is. You don't have to give them, oh, my mother had a heart attack and I have a medical emergency in the family and I need to have a PO. But Daily Ops is the after hours number because LaGuardia is only open until 7 and here they're open until 9, correct? The MLB office is only open until 9. And the attendance managers are only at base until 4 or sometimes 5 o'clock in the evening. So you're not going to get an attendance manager a lot of times when you are flying early in the morning or after 5. So Daily Ops is the number to call. I will get that phone number for you. Okay,
Daily Ops is,
that's it memorized.
it's 682-315-7070. It's 682-315-7070. And these numbers are in my signature, in my email. Whenever you email or we exchange communication, I have NetAir on there, I have Daily Ops. The folks at Daily Ops are very helpful. I find that what happens sometimes though, is that because they're not in the intricacies of really our daily operation, when you speak to them, be cognizant, right? Their forte is not the contract so much, it's more the operation overall. So it's okay to speak to them like you would speak to your neighbor. Hey, I'm stuck somewhere. I don't have a hotel. I can't get a hold of APFA or the management. I need help. I need to get a hotel. Like you can actually be a little more informal with them. But please be kind to them because when you're calling them, they are taking care of things outside of business hours, but they're also responsible for the operation. And we want to make sure that Daily Ops always feels, urgency when a flight attendant is in need, like when they're in danger or something like that. But yeah, Daily Ops is a very big point to make for communication.
And I've spoken with the flight attendant who has been trying to get in touch with Daily Ops. I've been able to kind of merge the two so the Daily Ops is aware that we are both advocating for the flight attendant.
Thank you, Penelope. Eric or Sharon, did you guys want to add anything about communication? No, Sharon?
No, a daily ops would be what I would have added.
Luciana? Anything you want to add on communication?
Yes. Want me to go in there?
You can come up.
Okay.
Luciana Pais is one of our base council representatives who also works really hard, right, Luciana?
Do what?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that it is very important that on the communication, Christian already explained how we do have a lot of emails and phone calls that you try as much as possible to do some pre-research about the issue. Because what happens is, I just have this company. I am the one going into research exactly at the same place that anybody could do it. So with this new website that APFA has put together, I was amazed to see how great it is, how easy it is to use. So that would just kind of like really make it easier for everybody in terms of time. We're very much trying to make the time productive. So if you can, just make sure that you check if it's something simple. I know the contract is not simple. I have to look at it and, I get a headache sometimes just looking at it because it's so specific. But if you can just do a little bit of pre-check and say, oh, hey, maybe I can go on the website and see that my answer is right there. And just know that there is a part that the flight attendant also has to play in this whole, communication with management, right? So like Christian said, it's very, and it doesn't happen a lot, but you can't expect us to try to figure out exactly what happened. So just be clear on your emails, very precise, and tell exactly, what happened. We don't really need to know too many details, but we need to know exactly what it is and what part of the contract that you feel that was violated. So that's all I need to add.
Thank you, and you made a point that I didn't cover, so one of the things that the officers, we discuss often with the officers and the negotiating team is that as much as they want, when you're negotiating a contract, and remember, we're talking our workforce, right? We're a family, we want things comfortable and easy to read, but you're bargaining with a multi-giant, like a corporation like American, who has a ton of money, attorneys, right? You have to secure language that legally stands, because when we're talking about getting you compensated, right? If we don't get a resolution at the base, it's got to go to a facilitator. If the facilitator doesn't, side with us, it's got to go up to SBA. When it gets up to SBA, you're talking about now the regionals are looking at your grievance. They got to look at timeline. After they look at timeline, they're looking at language. If the language is vague, just so that we understand it, that gives the company a pass to interpret it however they want. And it's no different than a law. I mean, you can take a law that's literally a sentence, and you'll have attorneys out there that will give you 6 sides of that law. And that's what the company tries to do whenever there's a grievance that, let's say, may cost them too much money and they want to kind of lowball us. It happens a lot locally at the base where I'm like, this is what the contract says, and I'm in a meeting and they're like, well, no, it says this. So I get it, you want the contract language to read in a way you can understand it, but trust me, you don't want a contract written where it's also easy to interpret in any way by the management team, right? That's in agreement with it.
Can I just add, understand that the contract is a legal document. It's not supposed to be read like a novel so that you can read it easily. It is a legal document. And that's just the language that we deal with. And we interpreted a lot of sections differently than the company does. And unfortunately, in our last contract, some of the language is vague, which has left the company open to interpreting it the way they see fit, even though in past practice, they have maybe paid for jury duty, which they're not, they're interpreting some language differently now, but it is a legal document.
Yeah, so that's kind of it on communication, and we want to make sure that a meeting like this is to kind of just set the tone, right? What the expectation is with the email. But we hope to add more resources, not just an email. We hope to add other features, but it's all money. As I said before, it's really hard to get representatives who want to come on board the council, but who fly high time, who have a lot of things going on, and we have to pull people off in order to dedicate time to you and to work on your cases. So we're trying to work through those logistics, and I think we're finding a happy medium. I'm using Eric's experience from years ago to see how we can balance it. But we want to always hear from you. I don't get a lot of feedback from the membership about how we communicate. I mean, I see the comments on Facebook and I see how sometimes when there's a snag, but we really need you to communicate with us and tell us when we're falling short or even when we're doing good. We want to hear it. So that's, you have anything
I
else?
have a couple other things to add. When you do email us, please remember, we don't necessarily know all 3,000 of you. Include your employee number. Please give, like Luciana said, please give us a brief description of what happened. And we encourage you to email us from your personal email addresses. Also after hours, all 3 of us forgot to touch on, there is live chat. You can use the APFA phone number to text the live chat. And that's a really good resource after local base hours. So please utilize it. It's available on the weekends as well.
And so that headquarters does not put us on a bad list. Live chat is not a war room with 100 reps answering questions for 25,000 people. We have to be considerate also. It is a fairly small group of reps that take turns and answer questions. So guys, you've got to try to learn your contract. We're now at the cusp of getting a new contract. And so it's okay to use live chat, but it's really better if you open your contract, try yourself to read it. And that when you text the ref and say, hey, I don't understand section 10J, because this part, right, that's a different conversation than saying, hey, I'm sitting here and I'm rescheduled and I don't know what to do, right? We're the union, it's our contract. I'm a flight attendant like you, so I became a base president because I wanted to make sure, right, that my contract was honored. But we need you as the members to also know it so that you yourselves can prevent reschedulings when they're not supposed to happen. Because you can call scheduling and say, I am challenging this rescheduling. Can you please explain to me why you're scheduling me to do this when I was supposed to get back to base at this time, right? Section 10J this says that, or prior to sequence origination, after origination. You have that power. Just because we're your reps doesn't mean that you have to call us to make that phone call. I've had flight attendants where I'm blown away when I pull tapes, because scheduling has either said something they should have, and will pull the tape. And I'm like, I want you to come on the council and work for us because they know their contract. And there's a large part of the membership that does not use the council because they read their contract when they know it. So we don't expect everyone to do that, but we think it just empowers you when you're on the phone with scheduling and then trying to do something that's answered. So the next topic we have is grievances, and I'm gonna have Eric speak on this because of two things. One, his history, and two, as you guys may have seen, there is a little bit of kind of talk in negotiations about pay and how the company, is so slow in paying us, and I've even brought it up at the convention. But the grievance process is one that I am not sure, as a union in general, that we've evolved with the times to explain to different generations, right, how that process works. You can speak to the old APFA officer, current or middle, and you may get three different versions of it. Some people say, oh, this works, this doesn't. But Eric, to be fair, comes from when I started doing union work and really has a good grip on section 3031, which are very important. And after Eric's discussion, I will tell you why section 3031 is very, very important. It is really your pocket. It is really your purse and what you take home. So I'll let Eric give you some information on that.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. I speak loud. It's just me projecting, so I'm not screaming. So a little bit for those of you who don't know me, my name is Eric Hodson. I'm currently a base council rep on Kristen Penelope's council. I have been actively doing union work since 1999. I believe it was actually one day off of probation in 98 is when I started doing union work. But I got into the role of vice president at LaGuardia in early 2003, and that transferred into 4 years of being the vice president and 6 years of being the base president. I've held many of the positions down at APFA, such as contract and scheduling rep. I've never done any of the coordinator positions, but it was through being the base president that I found that my forte was to argue. And I like to argue, and I like to have a respectful argument on a difference of opinion. And so the grievances have been my passion: negotiations, mediation, up and into arbitration. And so when Chris told me that I could speak today, and he said you have 15 minutes, I was like, 15 minutes. So I'm going to get some real basics of why our grievance process is so important. Section 30 details the dispute resolution and grievance process for individual, base, and group grievances. I primarily handle individual and group grievances. Base grievances can only be filed by the base president. I do help in research and in language on those. And there's one line in section 30 that really tells it all. You have the right to file a grievance or notice of dispute on any action by the company that causes you harm. And that's the real key phrase there, is that causes you harm. Missed trip, got attendance points, can lead to termination, causes me harm. Didn't get paid for a deadhead, financial harm. I've got a bad passenger letter that I disagree with, and it's in my record, which goes to your standing and underperformance, causes you harm. So I discuss a lot of different issues with flight attendants, and something that Chris touched on earlier about making management work is invariably always something that I end up having to discuss with the flight attendant, because in hearing the grievance and hearing what the problem is, my first question is, have you brought it to your supervisor? Because they are called a flight service manager because they're supposed to manage. And ultimately, in the grievance process, we can't file a grievance until the company makes a decision. So they need to come out and say, no, I'm not removing that this trip. No, I'm not taking out that bad passenger letter. And then we move into the next phase, which is timeliness. And at that point, the contract is very clear. You have 10 business days, Monday through Friday, 10 business days from that point when this company makes that decision to contact one of your base council members and file a grievance on your behalf. The reason that the timeliness is so important is because if you come to us and say, hey, I've been meaning to contact you 2 months ago, I got a missed trip and I never, it wasn't my fault, and here's the proof, the company doesn't have to hear it because those 10 business days have passed. Now, in most cases, because of the relationship that we have with local management, we're able to go in outside of that and try to mitigate the damage that's been done, and in many cases correct it. But the company does always reserve the right to be able to say, hey, this is outside the time limits. Okay, so why is the timeliness of an issue really important? And why is it important to contact a rep and find out if there is a grievance? Because it may not only be happening to you, it may be happening to more people, which makes it a much broader situation. When you're talking about something that is system-wide, that's where we are prepping something to go to the vice president's office to help them battle a case on a system-wide level. And that's an arbitration level, and the preparation and the hearing for that is so intense that we can't do it if we don't have the data and the information on local grievances to show to them that this is a problem here in New York, along with Miami sending those grievances in and saying, hey, this is a problem in Miami. And then we get them from LA and we're saying, okay, now we have enough information to go forward. But we can't come, the vice president cannot go forward into a grievance and say, hey, we see this as a problem that's been existing for 5 years, but we're only hearing about it now, because the first question that an arbitrator is going to ask is, where are the grievances from the people? So if we don't know about it and we don't file a grievance locally, we can't really help Larry's department do what needs to be done for all of us. And it's important for, I always tell people, take a gander through section 30. It's legalese, it's a contract. It's very difficult to kind of understand, and you can always contact me if you don't understand any of the language in there, and more than happy to help define it. But it's important that you understand it, because this is your voice. This is how you get to take it through the process on a local level. And if we end up going to a facilitation where I sit with you on the union side and the company is across the table and we have a facilitator, that is where you get to tell how it made you feel, the facts of the issue, anything else that you want them to consider before we start getting into the negotiations of how to fix it. So it's your day in court, and it's important that you take that option. Now, I can't speak for how in depth they go into the national officers in Larry's department, because I've never been a division rep. I don't know exactly how that goes, aside from having to be a witness in an arbitration before. And I can tell you, it's very much like a court case where you've got both sides who are arguing the case for the all 30,000 of us. But we do want to do everything that we can to prep that. We always are thinking forward and how we're going to prep it if it does go forward to the vice president's office. It's important for you to know your language in 30 and 31, because we have a tentative agreement that's coming out, and there's going to be a lot of different changes that are going to be presented by the company that the union has agreed to. And it's up to each one of us individually to learn that language and know what the changes are to our contract. And that's how you are, empowered and able to make an informed decision on anything that you decide to do. So it's not only section 30 and 31, it's the entire contract. But if you have questions about section 30 or 31, and you have a question as to whether or not you have a grievance, you can contact me at any time.
Thank you, Aaron. One of the things with grievances that I think is difficult to understand, so it's, I call it a three-tiered, process here locally at the base, right? You come to me and you say, Chris, I should be made whole for, extra pay because we were delayed and et cetera, the captain didn't do something, code 59, anything that you have that's money, you come to me, and so I want to file a grievance. The moment you tell us we want to file a grievance, one of the things I think hasn't been made clear, and it really doesn't need to be made clear, is the pre-DRC process. Because the pre-DRC process, we could file the nod, and that's just admin stuff, right? We go in, we put in your information, it generates an actual physical form that goes to your home address, gets mailed to you. We have our systems that we keep track of it. What I try to do as the base president, when I have a grievance that I think I can resolve locally, is I have my 3DFC conversation with management, and then if they're not budging or they're not moving, which is not meaning that they don't want to pay you. It's sometimes because it's not something that is clear in the contract. And you and I, who are flight attendants, are looking at this like, wait, there's no way, right? We're owed more money. If you file a dispute and you want us to physically file, right? Even for the pre-DRC conversation, let us know that. I am now realizing that there are some flight attendants that they want to have that knot. They just want to have that knot number. It's usually the year dash base dash the number. And so it took me a while to understand that moral aspect of filing the grievance. I've gotten a lot of people paid, but they'll ask me, hey, what happened to my grievance? And hey, I got a settlement, here's what you're getting. But now it's seeming to me, right, that they're wanting that material to be able to have that satisfaction of exercising their right under the JCBA. And I want to make sure that you understand that, as officers, we never want to deprive you of your right to file. But we have to be careful when we're asking management to pay on an issue that is not really protected by the contract, but that we can get to a point of an understanding, because of human factors, because of just, right? If it was you or your cousin or your mom or your brother, we have conversations like that with management. We'll say, listen, if it was you on the airplane and you were sitting there, and although it doesn't say, right, those types of conversations, we really can't do that through a physical nod that has been filed. Why? Because most settlements in disputes are non-president setting. However, we're all human, and even if we say non-president setting, the individual on the company's end who is giving me the settlement feels as if they're setting precedent. Because I may have 5 people with the same issue right behind you that I will come to them for. And although non-president setting, Eric taught me this, we are your advocates, and we have to use every resource and every trick in our pocket to get you paid. So if you file a dispute with one of us, let us know, hey, I want this grievance filed physically, whether you can get me paid or not, I want to file. So that we can make sure you get that, it comes to your home, you have it, and you can keep it. Currently, right now, I had, actually, Greg else is in the room, and we filed a new grievance on an issue that is related specifically to the speakers. Shout out to all the speakers in Unity. I'm a proud member. I support them. But we filed this grievance as a group, and when we did it, I first kind of was not going to file it on paper, and then I thought to myself, wait a minute, we're talking about a group of people. I mean, I'm talking, what, we're 16?
Yeah, 20.
About 20 flight attendants. So I had to be cognizant of the fact that, wait, he trusts me, he knows that I'm gonna pull through with it. There may be 5 or 6 people in that group that if they don't receive that nod at home in the mail, may feel like nothing was ever really done, or that we did a backroom deal or something like that. So I'm cognizant of it. I think in my second term now, it's something I'm kind of more aware of, but it is more paperwork. But if it's something that works for you and you feel that you want it, I'm here to serve you. I'm not here to do what's easy for me or what, I want to do. Let us know that you want a physical nod file. one more thing on disputes. Currently, one of the most repeated, and I'm trying to use the right words, it's not that it's intentional, but what I'm noticing more and more is that scheduling is aware of legalities. And we are now a base that flies far. Doha, New Delhi, and very far places. I really struggle, and Penelope sometimes has to kind of hold me back, because when you're in that side of the world and I'm watching the clock and you're about to time out, let me tell you, you guys have to remember that our actions on the line, and when we let the contract get waived, and we do have some language, right, like BE and things that you can waive to continue flying. We have to be cognizant that when we're in negotiations and we're demanding that we get better quality of work, like rest, see all the signs we have up here, we can't be asking for this, but in the operation, self-serving ourselves while we're in negotiations, right? Because it sends a mixed message and makes the job of the negotiators on the table an uphill battle. So while we're in negotiations, please be very cognizant of legalities. If you are on a trip and you want to waive, that is your right, and it is contractually legal. But we just did a shift with the 10-hour rest rule. That is an FAR. Remember, it's an FAR, it's a federal rule. So please, if you need any kind of guidance on that, the council is more than welcome to guide you, but Eric, you know.
I wanted to add something about that, because I gave you a really good understanding of how the grievance process works, but one thing, and I've said this to anybody on any council that I've ever worked with, and I know Luciana has said it back to me, so Penelope and Chris, and I need to make sure that we're getting this out as a message to the base. We are here for the operation. We are here for flights to work. If you feel you are being illegally rescheduled, we always want to work on a fly now, breathe later type situation. Now, I want to make sure, based on what Chris just said, we are not going to tolerate or tell you that you should violate an FAR. Okay, that is a completely different ball of wax here. But in a grievance situation, and I'm going to give you an example. You have a flight attendant who believes that they are illegally rescheduled, and they decide that they are not taking that flight. They tell the scheduler, you are illegally rescheduling me. I am not taking this flight. And they get on the plane and they D2 home back to base. You don't have much of an argument for that, because you didn't go through the process of checking to see if you were illegally rescheduled. Were all available reserves at the base utilized before they rescheduled you? There's a process for this. And ultimately, did that flight take a delay because you no longer were part of the crew? Were you part of minimum crew? These are all things that the company is going to look at. Now, it sucks. You've been rescheduled. You had plans the next day. You're not expecting this, but that's the world we live in. We live in flexibility. We live in irregular operations. So when I say fly now and breathe later, the biggest part of my argument in going into management is the flight attendant preserved the operation. You violated their contract, but the flight attendant preserved the operation and took the trip. Now let's talk about how you're going to compensate them for violating their contract. Again, completely different if that 10-hour rest rule is being violated. That is a different ball of wax. But I wanted to kind of, you may hear that from any member of the council. If you're calling us in an emergent situation, hey, we're here, this is what's going on, we don't know what to do, fly now, breathe later. That's what we're going to tell you to do.
Yeah, and the 10-hour rest rules got a little confusing at the beginning, because the back end of it, folks were, I was one of them at the very beginning. When I looked at it, I'm like, yes, 10 hours, right? And I was thinking 10 hours once I close my door and I can sleep, 8 hours and have an hour to get ready. So, you know, it's a step forward. It's something that we got that we didn't have. but your rest is it's report. So whenever you have questions that are related to things like that are contractual, as much as you may feel you're right, we have to be very careful if it's going to impact the operations. And currently, this management team is really putting everything on dependability. And you can see that through a lot of the communications and the lives that they put on social media and the crew news. So reach out to us, and you can even send us a text message and just say, hey, look, this looks to me like I'm illegal. And if we're not available, you can use live chat. But it's really boils down to carrying your on-duty limitations charts, and those are so easy to find. We can send them to you. You can find them on the APFA website. And I think that Luciana mentioned this, the APFA website now, I mean, the work this team has done in headquarters, Josh and his team.
They put search engines in. There's a
amazing.
search engine in the contract itself. So if you have a question about purser pay, go to the contract section, look in the search engine, it'll pull up everything you need.
I mean,
It's terrific.
you go to a section and it drops down to a menu, and then it drops to, and it makes it a lot easier to look. So that's also something that as we move forward, I will be putting more into base briefs, because the use of the website, really, if we apply it into our everyday work life, a lot of what we talked about with communication and reaching out to the reps will be alleviated through that. And so if you go on the APFA website and you look for something and you can't find it, call one of us and we'll find time and we'll show you how to go through it. There is a lot of initiatives that Eric Harris and Josh are trying to put together so that the members now, once they're done with all these upgrades, have an easier way of learning it and putting it to practice. I am planning a reserve class as well as a EBS bidding class for the month of May and one for the month of June. And I am also working on hopefully something for the website, but the website part, I think Penelope and I are going to do like officer days at the airport, where we'll be there for the later days, for the later part of the day, and show you how to get into the APFA website, how to navigate, and how to look for stuff. So look for that unless something big happens, because we are in a base where we have an agenda and then we have to steer to the left because we don't know what could happen. So let us know if there's anything specific that you're finding is a challenge, so that when we put together these training and these modules, that we are addressing what it is that you need as a base. Anything you want to?
Yeah, one of the things I want to talk about is what Eric had touched on, is the company that we're here for, the operation reliability. One of the things that the company is now really coming down hard on is the badging in, and as we all know, they have every intention of launching Connect Me and requiring us to be on our tablet when we're in the middle of boarding and confirming with agents and confirming with the tower that we've seen their messages, and Chris and I have had discussions with management saying this is untenable, this is not going to work, because quite honestly, the tablet is too big to fit in my pocket. And I don't carry my tablet around with me as I'm on a 777 trying to finish my boarding processes and making sure that bags are put away and the overhead bins are closed. So just be very cognizant if you're pulled in for a meeting because of some sort of violation of badging in or not communicating with Connect Me, please contact us, let us know, because this is something that we feel very strongly about. But the company does feel that as part of their reliability.
Yeah, and in the topic of grievances, I'm gonna just quickly touch Connect Me. So I filed the base grievance on Connect Me because the initial communication from the company gave an impression that here's a tool, and we have to be careful how we phrase this, because I give credit where credit is due. We appreciate that management is, one, keeping the airline right modern, because we want to stay up to date. We're the largest, I think, airline right now in the world. So the Connect Me was a great idea, but the communication initially said that we were required, right, to communicate using this system. So I really felt that it was a quick response Cindy Simone, the head of HR, and Penelope and I had a conference, and we expressed to them, right, what our concerns were. We weren't fighting Connect Me. We weren't saying, hey, we don't want to use Connect Me. In fact, I had flight attendants saying to me, hey, what's wrong with it? It actually works. I've used it. So the issue I have with Connect Me is that now we've made progress. There's new communication out that is saying that it's policy, and you are sort of required to respond to two messages on Connect Me. And the two messages are the first one, which is the agent is going to let you know, right, that the last customer has been passed through the EGR. Now, I was purser, and I gotta tell you, it was a little bit of a pain to have to all the time, like the agent or someone coming down to tell me while I'm trying to get paperwork and stuff. And so that's a really good thing that I can now know that at some point I can look at my tablet and that I'm looking for that, hey, last customer came down. Then the second required one is when the agent is checking to make sure that the bins are all shut. Basically that the cabinet is prepared, because that's it, doors closed at the top of the jump bridge, however it is. So now there's more of a definitive requirement for Connect Me, where before, the way the CCI read, it basically gave, the ability for anyone to send you anything through Connect Me, and then your manager will call you in and say, hey, you didn't respond to a message that the agent sent you, let's say after 4 messages of back and forth. We're a unionized worker. And I've said this to management locally, Debbie Carvado's here, Shelly Ann, I don't handle well, I'm not handled well when I'm not given the opportunity to know what my flight attendants are going to work under. And when we were in this conference, it was communicated to us that the Connect Me was tested, there were flight attendants who tested it. Penelope and I never knew anything about it. I don't think that was intentional, more than it was that they didn't want to cause hysteria. So they were testing it, logistics, and that's fine. There's a lot going on. There's negotiations. The company's trying to get a lot of stuff done with routes that we're trying to fly again in China. I get it. But we need to be aware of what it is you're going to put out to the flight attendants. So that was the issue that I had. Now, I'm not doing the base grievance, because what we now have as an issue, and I think we're working through it, is the liberty someone has, like an agent, to take a picture of you on the jet bridge, to take a picture of this or that. This is what I'm going to tell all of you here in New York. And I'm only speaking for New York because I represent you here in New York. The Connect Me app is for communication, for issues that are pertinent for the operation, for dependability. I'm with you. I'm on board. There is no picture taking. There's no, hey, I see you. I had an agent take a picture of a crew who was at the bottom of the jet bridge. She kept insisting that they board, right? Flight attendant is letting her know to Connect Me, hey, we can't board. Security's on board.
And they were having a briefing with the captain.
They're having a briefing at the bottom of the jet bridge. So the agent, which rightfully so, right? They're tired. We're tired. They're like, we see you, right? And they're sending pictures. That's not allowed. That's harassment. And that's not something I think intentionally was meant to harass them. But Connect Me should have only one purpose. And I'm not just saying this to the agents, I'm saying it to the flight attendants, because the way you respond to the agent when you get these two messages is also going to be treated as performance. If you encounter any kind of discomfort or inappropriate exchange between you and anyone, not just an agent, any ground personnel, please take a picture of it, snapshot it, and send it to us so that we can address it. I did make it a point to reach out to my counterpart here at CWA that works with the agents. We had a very healthy conversation, and I think that they're in the same boat that we are, because they've been using Connect Me Teams for over a year now. So you're always going to have that vulnerability when you have technology like that. Do I want the company to restrict it? Let's say take the photo taking away all that? Not really, because I just said to you that I want you to take a snapshot of something that the agent did, right? But I want you all to know that I'm watching it very closely because it should not go beyond those two messages about the last customer and the bins. If you have an issue and you send it to us, please understand that I'm going to investigate it. When I go investigate or Penelope, they're gonna not just talk to me about what you reported, right? So if you weren't pleasant, that's gonna come out. And so what you're doing by not being transparent with me and saying, hey, look, I was upset, is when I responded to the agent. I'd rather you tell me that because we can then have a conversation with their work group, their union like we are, and resolve it that way. And that's how we should always be resolving issues through professional standards. But if there is something that you feel is inappropriate, we want to know about it so that we can address it the right way. But let's see, Connect Me just is one of those things that I'm a little concerned about, but I think that if we work together with management, we can contain it so that it protects your liberties and your rights. Do you have anything on Connect Me?
No, just be aware of it and be careful what you're saying on it, because if you write something snappy back at the agent can then take that to management. Then they have a screenshot of it. So just be aware that it's supposed to be a tool to help facilitate our flights. If the pilots aren't there yet and you need something, use it to communicate with the agents. Hey, can you send the caterer down? I need catering and I can't leave the aircraft. So, just be aware of how you see it.
But as far as requirements, and my whole thought was if I put my phone down on the purse or my tablet and I'm busy with pre-departures and taking care of things, I may not go pay attention to the agent trying to tell me that customer in 17B is coming down to Jetbridge and needs assistance because they need, let's say, help with a bag or something. That was where we had some concerns because we were never told of additional workload or responsibilities. And listen, I'm all for additional workload, but you gotta show me the money, because if you're gonna put more work on the table, then you gotta put more money in my paycheck. And that was not anything that we were presented or given. And so it's really unfortunate, but management needs to start understanding that we have a contract, right? So if you want something, we need to have a conversation so that we can make sure that what you want is in attached to a price tag, and work is work. And we're not here, most of us are here because we love our careers, but we also want to get paid. So that's really the gist of it. It's me protecting your privacy as well as how much work the company is putting on you. You guys all remember, the badges swiping at the EGR was all for dependability. And I do too many cases about people getting FA4s and delays at the gate because of the EGR. That is what the company uses to measure when you actually got to the aircraft for boarding. And sometimes you get there for boarding in time to board, and the last customer does board before departure. And because you were late by a few minutes, you created an avenue to tag that delay at you. And I'm talking cargo doors open and they're still tagging the flight attendant. So please be very cognizant of that. The EGR is an issue also, but it's policy. There's nothing we can at this point do about that. And hopefully in negotiations, we'll see something that addresses that. Anything else on connecting? So we are going to take a probably 15-minute break. It's 12:41. We'll come back at 12:55.
Sure.
So at 12:55, we're not going to stop the recording. We're simply going to turn off the video. We will leave the sound on, and it's just to give the folks in the room a break to go to the bathroom, get some refreshments, and we will be right back. Thank you, everyone. So we're back on, and we're going to move on the agenda to the contract that we have earned. And the reason why I put that way is because, as you all know, we're in contract negotiations right now. The contract action team, in my time being here, in 22 years, almost 23, I really have never seen a contract attained this way. The transparency, they really brought our union fully up to speed in a modern way with how they're communicating with graphics and, you know, colors. I really enjoy it as an officer, as someone who has so much going on, right? It's really hard to keep up even with stuff that is internal. But I really want to give the contract action team kudos for making the optics of the easy on the eyes. And I think that sometimes members have a hard time keeping up because of so much we have going on. But when you present information in a way that's appealing, it makes it easier to digest. The contract that we have earned is because this negotiations, unlike the previous two that I was part of, is a whole level of real entitlement we should feel we've earned. The pandemic that today still, right, there's people testing positive for COVID. The restructuring that we went through, the merger, all the deficiencies, the staffing, the fact that we lost a flight attendant on the Airbus. I don't know that a lot of people who are not based in West Coast and the East, like New York, San Francisco, LA, really understood what it did. It wasn't like they just took a flight attendant off the aircraft. That aircraft was like a little mini private jet for these first class customers. And it doesn't matter if you are a non-rep or a food paying customer or a key customer, you know, it was the cabin that we treated like that special cabin. So when they took off the number 6 of the A321T for the Transcom markets, I really watched before I took office and when I took office, the impact it had on the morale on the purchase program, the impact it had on the customer, because I was watching the customer complaints coming in and I saw how it had an uptick due to the fact that you have now a purser who before can dedicate time to the customer, can dedicate time to their own responsibilities. Not to mention that the purser program was always meant to be something we felt proud of, something that we wanted to come to work and actually do because it was really different from working either business class or in the main cabin. This contract is although we're not negotiating the way we normally negotiate a contract, you know, the full terms and every section and slow, and then we don't see anything until the TA comes out, is really one that I think the membership has got to get more involved in. When I say more involved, I don't mean just you know, voting is important, but when we have contract action at the airport and we pick it, or we have any call to action related to this, it will be too late once the TA is out, right? Because when the TA comes out and we get into the unfortunate political part of it within ourselves of what we like and don't, yes or no, it's too late at that point to go back and say, I should have been out there picketing, right? We need more numbers. We need flight attendants to make more of an effort to show up at these events and support not just the union. Okay, you're supporting something that you've earned. When we broker a contract, it's no different than when you're at a dealer or somewhere trying to get a lower price on something you're buying. We've earned this. And when we say we're ready, it's because it's been time. It's not that we want it now. We're past due for a contract. If the logistics of us having contract action at the airport, let's say every couple of months, right, presents a challenge because one day that we're having a picket event, and if you're a high time flyer and you commute, right, coming into Bay specifically just to do the contract action, it's a challenge and it's something you have to kind of plan for. I'm really, really concerned with the participation. And when I say concerned, it's because I know for a fact that the demand is there, the desire is there, and the feeling of that we earned this is there because I speak to you guys every day and I see how the contract we're working under right now is really not serving us in this time. Money, work rules, just in general, everything. But the fact that the optics of us not showing up in large numbers at these contract action events, that sends a message that makes it even more difficult for the negotiating team at the table with the company to really press and not move on something. And I'm gonna give you just a very basic, simple example. I'm all for watching things down and making them simple, right? So if we're trying to get $5 for a certain type of issue, and the company's saying, you know, no, $2, we're not moving, right? If the company sees these contract action events loud, a lot of participation, and people demanding it, I am here to tell you it has an effect on where the company goes in that room when they're negotiating. And I'm not a negotiator, I'm not privy to what they do and how they do it, but it's not rocket science. The company has to see what I do know that we need. And I know we don't need it, it's just that when we're out there and we're not out there in large numbers, it could send a message that one specific issue, pay, compensation, anything, is not as dire as the union.
1 second, please. I'm getting responses from people saying that the audio is not on.
$150.
The mic is off and the camera's off. They're both available.
Did the speaker?
Let me check.
Is this what? The volume's not working?
Hold on. Because you haven't added this to the content.
Do I have to click send live?
Is it out? Is it live?
Hold on.
No.
Do I have to click send live?
Yes. Wait, leave it. 1 second. Let's see.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry. That's all right. We could start over. It wasn't wrong. Let's see.
I don't see anybody.
Send it live. I have my phone on. It should show.
Okay.
Good.
It's tracking you.
Let's see if we can get confirmation that it's live so that we make sure we start.
Hey, let me check. Okay, got a participant telling me no volume.
It's working.
It's working now?
All right, so we kind of started and we did at the beginning, so we're gonna have to go back and give you a little bit at the beginning of the presentation. So on the agenda, I put the contract we have earned, and the conversation we started when the mic was off was that this contract, unlike most of the contracts that I have been through here in my 22, almost 23 years, is different in that we always want to improve, right, what we have and negotiate from here to better. But we've earned this by default of having gone through the pandemic, having gone through the restructuring, the merger, and really all the things that have made working here and our careers a lot more difficult. But the contract action team has really made it a point to make the process of communicating with us a lot more robust. They're adding really strong graphics, colors, and it's really there. So we have the communication part. We have the part where we're sending the message out so that the public can see it. But the participation in the contract action has got to pick up. It's got to be stronger. I speak to many of you when I deal with cases or we're having conversations and you're asking me, where are we? Are we really going to get this pay that we proposed? That is all there. And I know that as a work group, we want this and feel we've earned it. But when we go up to the airport to pick it and we don't have a strong showing, it could trickle into that room when the negotiators are with the company and we're trying to get, as an example I made earlier, a $5, let's say, for raise for something, and the company's saying $2, and the union is trying to say, no, really, you don't need 5, you only need 2. Well, if we're out there in the airport picketing and in large numbers and showing a strong showing, it really makes the process of attaining what we want a lot easier. And so I think that we're in a really good place because we've done what needs to be done. The transparency is something that we haven't done, at least since I've been here at American. I've never seen a tentative agreement up to the point of it coming out to the membership, the whole way being explained to us. Every time a section is passed, you know, what the company proposes or sends back, it's sent to us. So we've really got to try to be cognizant of now moving forward as we get closer to, you know, the difficult part of compensation. And we all know that that's really where it gets hard, that we show up, that we make it a point. I know if you commute and you fly high time, it's really difficult to say, hey, I'm going to come to the airport just on the day off. Well, this is your contract. This is something that you've earned, but we've got to show it by participation. The contract action team is really good about giving us ample time. This last picket event that we had to postpone because of the security issue in New York was unfortunate, but it was announced a little bit with less notice than normal. But even in something like that, I think it works in our benefit because we sometimes don't want to be too predictable. So I'm asking you guys to please make an effort to participate in the contract action. If you find yourselves in a situation where you're absolutely not able to make a picket event, help us on social media, follow the APFA Instagram page, and, you know, just tweet or post something to show support, you know, that you're ready for a contract, that you're ready for boarding pay, that you're ready for a raise, that you're ready for extra rest. All those things echoed in unison and in large numbers really is what's going to help us bring it home. And one more thing I'll touch on when I say the contract earned, I see Penelope's ready to speak on it too. It is crucial that if you're on the page on social media, and I get it, right? We are always comparing ourselves to the same culprit, I call it Delta. Delta has a system that you can never compare to ours because of that corporation's, you know, continuous efforts to keep the flight attendants from organizing. That doesn't help us. We want as many labor unions to exist so the labor movement can grow and be strong so that we can then be more successful. You have to remember that the name of this game is size and money. And, you know, the larger you are in membership, right, the more unions you have, the more unions you have to work with to obtain a contract, but the more successful you're going to be. So please make an effort to try to show up to these picket events. If you can, support us on social media. We try to do that when, like we did yesterday. I had a meeting with senior management and I knew we weren't going to have the picket event. And the video that I put out that took me only a minute to record, it was like a last minute decision. And I said, you know what? I really felt bad that I left the base without the picket event. And I knew everyone out there was, you know, at the other bases picketing. And I'm always there. That's the president that I am here locally, is that I always feel indebted to you because I never can do enough and deliver enough. And that is how every base president, I think, should always feel, right? Because we serve 3,000 people here in New York, and what may satisfy 100 may not satisfy the other 2,900. But I do need you guys to support us and show up and make New York, like I've always said, lead the way. I think we are there now, but if we grow our presence when we have the events, I think that proposal that APFA made, as good as it looks, it's not going to be what it should if we don't put the manpower behind. Hello, you had something?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. So. Oh, sorry, you're right. So a couple of the things that I'd like to say to the INDOC folks is, I've been here for 33 years and this is our career. The company knows it. I went on strike in '93. I know quite a few of us did as well. And it sends a powerful message when we're wearing our pins, when we're wearing our lanyards, when we have our luggage tags on. I see quite a few of the company lanyards, and I'd like to see those switched out today for APFA lanyards because that sends a message to management that you are aware that you're trying to get a contract, that we want a contract, that we deserve a contract. Go go on the APFA website, inform yourself so that you can inform your fellow coworkers. If you know one small section, when I started, we had, as you guys remember, Skyward. Everybody carried that around and everybody talked about it. Print up one page of the negotiations page so that you know what's been passed back and forth. Bring it with you on a trip, talk about it on a trip. You know, we have a few new people in here. If you plan on being here more than 5 years, learn your contract, learn what the negotiators are negotiating for you. We are negotiating this for you guys. We want to hand you guys a really strong contract so that you can continue being here with APFA, continuing our tradition of fighting for ourselves, fighting for our contract. It's really easy to keep yourself informed. And, you know, if one person knows one little bit of what's going on in negotiations and somebody else on the airplane said, oh, hey, look, I read this on the APFA website last week, and you can start sharing that information. We have a tradition of doing that with the contract action team. But, you know, the picketing events are one-offs, you know, they're flash in the pans and they're really great and they do send a message, but wearing your lanyards and being informed about what is going on with our negotiation sends a message to the company.
Thank you, Penelope. So, one last thing on the whole participation. The new hires, when we're in indoctrination, we try to make sure that we're cognizant that no matter how much we tell the new hires that they're eligible, that they're able to wear the lanyards, the union pins, and to show up to the picket events, we see the hesitation because it seems as if the company is giving them the impression, and I'm going to say the impression because that's not the word I should be using. It's another word, but I'm going to, keep it amicable. The company is giving the new hires the impression that they cannot wear the lanyards, that they cannot picket and do things that they have a right to do. I want to make sure that it's clear in this meeting, it's against the law for you, the Department of Labor laws for any corporation, right, to misrepresent a law, which is their right to participate in everything. When you get hired at American and you leave training and you come to base and you go through indoctrination and you're now on the line, here at American, as an APFA union member, the only right that you do not have from that day forward through the next 6 months, right, is the right to file a grievance should the company decide to end your career. If you're terminated, you cannot file a grievance, which is how our contract works. So for those of you out there who just started or are still on probation, started a couple of months ago, weeks ago, you can picket. You can wear your lanyards. If you want to keep on the black lanyard the company gave you, we are not here to tell you you have to do anything, right? What we're here to do is, especially those of you that just started, is to communicate to you that the only way that we're going to get us close to that 40 from where you are at the bottom of the pay scale is by you putting on the red lanyard, putting on your union pins, and participating in the contract action. Now, what I've been trying to do also with the INDOC classes is for the people who I know are afraid, it's okay if you want to put back on your black lanyard, right? The one that says American, because you feel a little more comfortable when you're in the presence of management. I know you have a 30-day review, 60-day review. We're family here, okay? We are not here to make you feel like there's only one road, but we have to bring you on this process. You're the next generation that's going to carry this union forward. Some of you will be future officers. Some of you will be sitting where I'm sitting. We need to make sure that from the very beginning you start this career, you understand the importance of being unionized. And I don't know that the company is intentionally trying to persuade them not to do it, but I hope that it does stop, because when you're in a position of starting a job like this, you're really nervous because they tell you for 6 months they can let you go for any reason. You don't even have to do anything. So I think we need to collaborate, work together. There's enough work and things we can disagree on, than to have to disagree on something so basic, which is the rights we have as union members from the moment we're on the line. I will always give them the option, but it is a right that every union member at American has on probation or off to participate in legal contract action. The red lanyards have been approved by management for every flight attendant to wear, probation or not. If you need a lanyard or a union pin, let one of us know. I have a couple of requests for people who have asked me for pins, but we are a little bit behind on orders with the equality pin, and I know that's a very popular one. So I've spoken to Eric Harris, and he is working on trying to make sure we get a good supply at the base, so we always have them. So please, if you fly with new hires and you see them that they don't have their union pins on or their red lanyards, encourage them and let them know, pass this message on, that they are able to wear them without any risk of repercussions. And if a member of management or anyone says to them they can't wear it, don't disobey, change it, that's fine, let us know so that we can address it. Do you have anything to add on that?
No.
And Eric, do you have anything to add on the new hires and lanyards and contract action? Luciana? No? I ask all of them because we really have this conversation over and over when we do indoctrination. And it's disheartening because it's not something we really should have to even say or speak about, because it is a right that we have. So peer support. I'm going to give Sharon Dunn the floor to speak on this issue. What I'll say about peer support and why it's on the agenda is because most of you have already seen that APFA, us as a union and organization, we had 3 independent resources. One was EAP, which was Employee Assistance Program, and that was a very effective program, has always been. We had CERT, Critical Incidents Response Team, which was a very, very strong group of people who began as just grassroots people who wanted to help their colleagues get through very traumatic events. And this all, the inception of it was from a very tragic, not tragic, but could have been very tragic day, which was the miracle of the Hudson. And Sharon Dunn was one of the folks who here at American helped that program get off its feet and has a lot of knowledge on it. And then Professional Standards, which was really what I used to call the floating program, because it was never something we ever wanted to politicize or even really put it in the light. We said it, right? If you have an issue with a colleague, if you have difficulties communicating with someone at work, or that you feel that they've done something that needs attention, we want you to go to Professional Standards and speak to Professional Standards, because that is the first step to try to correct an issue like that. A lot of flight attendants sometimes think that when we say Professional Standards, that we're saying we're condoning it, give them a pass. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is we're 25,000. We all have a different life, world, thought, come from different backgrounds. We go home after a trip, and while on the trip we seem like a family and we're getting along, right? Everyone has a whole different world going on when they leave that airport. So the Professional Standards Program was there to really give everyone that benefit of the doubt, that if you said or did something that wasn't really the most appropriate or made someone feel a certain way, that we immediately took that as not necessarily an intention, but more a sign that someone needed to go approach you and say, hey, is everything okay? We have a report of this type of behavior and conduct. And the program was really perfectly set up because it wasn't anything you did immediately. The calls were anonymous. The folks who signed up to do this mainly were all volunteer, and they truly were advocates of peer support. And here in New York, Carol Glenn, who has done it, I want to say at least over 2 decades, I took office and approached her, and she didn't skip a beat and really served our council without any form of trip removals or anything like that. So the union's direction now is to combine Professional Standards, EAP, and CERT without the T, it's a P, so CERT. And so as one of the members of the board, this was presented to me, we've gone through the motions of seeing how it's gonna work. And where we are today with this is that we're trying to really support our local EAP rep, Mark Bird, who unfortunately wasn't able to be with us today, so that we can make sure that the program is as successful as all these programs were independently before they were combined. But I want Sharon Dunn to share with you a little bit about why it's so important that peer support is thought of that way when you encounter an interaction with a colleague that really makes you think the total opposite. Because peer, you're thinking, right, getting along, support. Well, peer support is really just understanding someone who is not understanding you and not treating you the way you want to be treated. And I was trained in professional standards. I was trained in CERT. I was trained in EAP. I was trained in, there's a few other, I took them all. Because when I started doing union work, I said, I want to be prepared. And if I ever decide I want to run for office, I want to make sure that when I speak from experience. And I am speaking from experience. Because I've been in every single role. I've done CERT, EAP, and professional standards. And it works. It really, really makes people think twice about things. And it doesn't mean that it will curtail a behavior. But when you get someone to think about something they did, I think that already is like some type of success, right? Because now you've got someone acknowledging something that has affected another person in an adverse way. So I'll let Sharon share a little bit more with you about peer support and how we, while this program now that is combined is, evolving and taking shape, one, we can make it successful, but how we ourselves really can understand what peer support means, and no one better than her to really explain it, having been an advocate of not just peer support, but many things, labor and union. So Sharon, if you would like to give us your presentation.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Sharon Dunn, and I've been with American, based in New York, for many decades. I'll leave it at that. But it's definitely my honor to speak to you today. And I'm going to, Steph said to me, I mentioned something to her, and she said, what is EAP? So, I'm going to speak as if we have somebody that's just coming in. EAP is the Employee Assistance Program, and there are multiple domains under that umbrella. And most people, when they think of EAP, they think of drug and alcohol. But the reality is most of what we dealt with had to do with mental health. Because if you, especially now, since the pandemic, a good 26%, 1 in 4 adults has a diagnosable sort of mental disorder. And they seem to cross where you can have alcohol use, it's anxiety, it's depression. And so what happens if when you call the EAP number, they will give you some resources so that you can get the help you need or get the help for someone that you care about. And one vendor that we use is Aetna, and they have they're there 24/7, they're licensed clinicians, and they can talk to you about what is brewing, what's going on. They'll give you referrals for therapists in the area. And with our insurance, they give us a code for, it depends, whatever the incident, say it's depression, you get a code for 4 free sessions. The next one, you're going through a divorce, 4 free sessions. But basically, it's 4 free sessions a year. But if you have different issues, you have that ability to get that again. And it's also good for anybody that lives in your household. They don't have to be in your insurance. But, bringing us to drug and alcohol, substance abuse, that's something that I'm seeing more often now, especially on the airplane. It's either the person who's suffering from that addiction or the crew that has to work with them. And what our responsibility is when you're in a situation like that is that you first have to insist that that person call in sick, because they're jeopardizing you and everyone on the airplane. And sometimes it's difficult to have that conversation. So you call the EAP number and you let someone from the department tell them they need to sit. Because when the captain gets involved, he has a responsibility to report it, and they could end up getting a test when they land. So that's their responsibility. But if the person calls in sick, they can wash their hands of it and just leave it as it is. But what it then becomes important is that that person gets help. And we now are paired up with FADAP, which is flight attendants, what is it? Flight attendants in recovery or whatever. I don't mean to be rude about that. That was just an oversight, but they are there to help you through the process, to get you into a good facility. They monitor you when you get out. And, you know, it's also good for, you know, family members. It's a wonderful resource, and they are responsible for many, many airlines. So that's one resource that we have that would be critical to the flight attendant. And when Christian was speaking about pro standards, you know, as I spoke about mental health, addiction, pro standards has a lot to do with those issues, because when we collaborated, we would collaborate to determine, does this person need help? We don't know. Sometimes they get on your nerves or this or that, but they may be suffering. And this is when we are our brother's keepers. We look out for each other. We don't go to the company. Let pro standards have an opportunity to try to determine what the issue is and to discuss it with that flight attendant. The last thing that I'm going to mention was for critical incidents at work, trauma at work. That is a wonderful resource that we have, that if you are traumatized at work, then you're entitled for a debrief. And that debrief is done to make you whole, so that you get to process it. You process it with the people that were involved in that incident. And we find that people are healthier coming back to work after that. Something that you should know, there are certain criteria that will get you that debrief, a CISD. And once that happens, say if you're in the middle of a flight and you use the AED and did compressions, and you're traumatized, but you just had that adrenaline rush, you think I can work, you do not have to work and you will be covered, as long as it is under the criteria. And there's a list of different things, decompression. Some you can pretty much figure, death on board. There are multiple ones, and we can give you access to that. So then, you know, safely, you don't have to work that trip, and they will remove you until you have your debrief. If it's something else that occurs outside of the criteria, you still are within your rights to say that you're too emotional, but you will not get paid. So trying to think of what else I wanted to say about it.
We have a question.
Sure.
So, I just have a question. I mean, I spoke to you before on my behalf of the experience that I have had. So I did have a child going through a really bad seizure. It was his first time. When I landed, the company did not give me a positive space back home after the debrief.
And that was wrong.
Yeah. So they gave me a A3. And when I spoke to FSM, FSM said, well, if you want, you can take a jump seat back to base. So in that part, I felt like I was, you know, thrown under the bus.
Of course.
So, I mean, that's when I spoke to you before about it. And then just going through that experience, pretty traumatizing. I've gone through a few medical emergencies, and to see that the company wouldn't do anything about it, I thought that was really backstab to see. You know.
If something like that happens, you know, it's kind of difficult to say, you know, you have to reach out to us and we can guide you as to who you would call. I think Mark Bird would be the person you would call, because he's our EAP rep.
Okay.
And then he can make the contact with the flight service manager. There was a time that we used to do education for the flight service team. and you get new people coming in and out, so they know what is standard. How do you deal with people? You know, when something like that is wrong.
Yeah, so just for me to see that happening, it's very baffling to see.
Of
You know,
course.
to see, we were there to be the first responders, but there's nobody to take care of us. So it's just like, and then predicament, it's just like, wow.
And the problem is, and no one knows how traumatizing it is when it's a child.
Sure.
You know, seizures does not fit the criteria, unfortunately.
Okay.
But, you know, the fact that it's a child, I think that's something that I was hoping contractually that may come up. Does anybody have any questions?
I just want to say I'm grateful to you.
Me too.
Oh, thank you.
I've had 2 experiences and you were wonderful, all of them.
Thank you.
And I thank
Thank you. It was rewarding. I definitely learned a lot.
Very grateful.
I'm glad you're ours.
And I do want to point out that what happened to you, you should have filed a grievance. If something like this happens again, hopefully it doesn't. But you should have filed a grievance and we could have done something to assist you with that.
Just to give you a little bit of clarity and understanding of what she's talking about there, the process that Sharon is talking about does not involve a grievance, okay? But as I said before, anything that causes you harm, okay? So in this instance, I would say that this has caused you harm. And we may not be looking at some kind of a financial gain out of that. But in filing the grievance, we now have a record of the situation happening. It comes to me, it comes to Chris, it comes to Penelope, and then we can address it with you, with the appropriate parties at the base, and perhaps it needs to be addressed on a much higher level. We had a very similar situation that Chris was really able to start the works on some higher level communication when we had the issue with the near miss at in Kennedy with the Heathrow Airport, because communication went all over the place. And we heard from a lot of flight attendants, it felt very much like you did. So in bringing it to us, we were able to start negotiations and bring it to the company's attention that maybe we aren't looking at this, but we should be looking at it. So for future reference, yeah, it's an emotional mental health issue, and we want to make sure that you're covered. But you have to remember that the grievance language is causes me harm.
Staff is like flight attendants, drug and alcohol program. And so that's a great resource.
Yes.
Sharon, do you offer help to families that have issues with alcohol?
Yes, that adaptable.
And anything outside resources like Al-Anon or anything like that? Do you really offer that?
Well, they have the Wings of Sobriety, and FAIR is still in existence, no longer under APFA.
Family and friends.
Well, that's not family and friends.
Yeah,
That's
that's
something different.
Family.
Family and friends, you go through the DAP and they would give you the direction you need.
Right.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thanks.
So, one thing I'll say about peer support and someone like Sharon, as a union, right, we get administrations that come, administrations that go, both local and national, because that's just how we're set up. But I think one of the things the flight attendants themselves need to try to also be more involved in is in the intricacies of changes or decisions that are made that don't necessarily always require, per the Constitution or our policy manual, for the membership to approve or not. So locally at your base, you should want to know, right, who is serving you for an example, professional standards for EAP. You shouldn't have to wait until you yourself need the assistance, but you also want to know, what decisions am I, as your elected board member, participating in that is either changing, improving, or making a decision that is actually reducing the quality of service you have enjoyed or have had or may get as a result of a change. And that's not to speak of the current administration or this EAP program, but in general, when we were going through the changes of combining these departments, it's natural, and again, we're in New York, we speak very frankly here. There was a little bit of kind of hesitation from myself. I was a little concerned, because I was like, wait a minute, we're putting 3 different programs that have existed for decades, that a membership that has been here for decades has seen independently the way they have. And so it took me a while and really working, you need to have that, and you do the work on it. So I'm grateful to all the folks of the CERT team who for many, many years, at least my entire career here, provided what I consider one of the most critical resources that any business can provide their internal customer, which is, you know, the support system when things don't go right. In our case, it's even more dire because when you're on an aircraft, right, the altitude, the emergency, you know, there are instances where it could be you thought your life was going to be over because you had an emergency. You could have a passenger die on the aircraft. So I really, really will be grateful forever for the CERT team and for everything they did. Our current EAP program that now contains EAP, professional standards, and CERT is one that we must work hard to make as successful, if not more successful, than the individual programs we had before. I'm not going to sit here and not tell you how things really are. I was very hesitant at the beginning. The national president and I had a lot of conversations about, right, these programs standing individual and how putting all this under an umbrella, how would it be? But I really had to do some soul searching and start to think like an officer thinks, which is in the interest of an organization, not myself. And so that's part of growing into this role. I do it every day. There are things I don't like, and I have to adapt to them, and I have to find ways to make it serve my membership the best it can. That is really the most difficult part of doing what I do. But I think on a personal level, it just really makes you a better person. We need unionists, we need folks who want to do this. So please don't get discouraged by the politics of APFA or any other union you know about. There is no better way than to be unionized. And again, peer support, it really is at the core. Penelope, did you want to add anything to peer?
No.
No, okay. So,
But we did have one question, didn't we?
go ahead.
So the question that I did have was about the red lanyards. You guys did say that management absolutely approved it because, I was gonna ask this at the end. There have been some instances where management in like, Charlotte, I believe it was telling them to take it off because it wasn't, company approved. So you guys did say that it was approved by management now.
So you're saying the red, we are ready lanyards?
Correct, that one.
Those lanyards have been approved through headquarters, our national officers, as an item that we could use the entire time. And it's regardless of seniority, status,
But
anyone can wear it.
what I'm going to say is, do not get into a confrontation with management. Say, okay, I hear you. What is your name, please? Write down the name, contact us. We will deal with it. We do not want any flight attendant to get into a confrontation where they could be subject to discipline over wearing union lanyards, which are, but we'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, and that goes for any confrontation. We never want you to have confrontations with anyone. Just make sure that you address it with us, right? Because what Penelope just said is really the right way, but we live in a society that we, and I include myself in that, we have an inclination to really feel kind of more held when we go to the court of public opinion, which is Facebook. And I know it feels good to go and post something because now the whole world knows that someone did something to you. But the problem is that something that someone did to you is only getting likes and clicks, but it's not getting resolution. Resolution comes from coming to your officers, right, and telling us what happened in a confidential setting. We resolve it. Once we resolve it, you go about and do what you need to do. I'm a big advocate of also, you know, we have to remember that at times management was going to do things to us that because of their way of thinking, it's a corporation, dependability, they're trying to get numbers to be where they need to be so that they can get what they want to get. It's no different than anyone running a business. So we still have to have a conversation. We still have to be able to engage and say, look, I don't appreciate this. I've had many cases on Penelope as well, where we bring an issue to a manager and we're like shocked because it takes an email and it's resolved. Because the manager or whomever didn't really realize that it was affecting the member the way it was. So that's why we ask you not to really go on Facebook first. We'd rather you come to us. So we're gonna move on to a topic that's really, really, really difficult. Oh, I just got, we have a test video. Can we play it? All right, so we wanted to have our contract action team here to give you just kind of a short presentation, even though we have kind of dropped little things in here and there because we are in negotiations, right? So almost everything we do is part of negotiations, but we wanted the CAT team to have an opportunity to address you guys just like we have other council members address you. So is it Emily that's giving us the video, Eric?
Emily and Jenna.
All right, so we're gonna play a video now.
Let me just get to it.
Emily Van Vleck is the contract ambassador for New York, as well as Jenna Lloyd, and they're phenomenal. They really, it's only been a few months, but you know, there's nothing
Their enthusiasm is amazing.
Yes, it's amazing. They're on it, they're proactive, and really, I'm really impressed with their work. So I'm really grateful that they're on the council. Is the video
Playing now?
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Emily Van Vleck. I'm one of your contract action team ambassadors for New York City, and I'm joined by Jenna Lloyd, who's our other contract action team ambassador for New York City. I wish that I could be there in person with you guys today, telling you all about the wonderful stuff that we're doing in New York City and all the wonderful stuff we're doing with the contract action team, but as you can see, I am in the lovely DFW airport instead. So thanks for listening to our presentation. I'm going to pass it over to Jenna to tell you a little bit more about the contract action team.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I also wish I was there in person, but thank you so much for tuning in. Just a little bit about who the contract action team is. Emily and I are flight attendants, just like you, based in New York, who volunteer to keep our colleagues up to date on contract negotiations. When we have activities, we're usually wearing our red APFA shirts. We're handing out lanyards, we're handing out pins. We are committed to making sure that this contract negotiation has all the information available to you as flight attendants. Chris mentioned earlier in his presentation that this contract negotiation is a little bit different. And one of the things that's most different about it is the commitment to information available to everybody. So specifically, things we do are talking to flight attendants on the line about making sure they know where to find that information, whether that's the APFA website. We have QR codes that we have on badge backers that we can pass out. So that information is easily available at your fingertips. We monthly try to do a coordinated effort all across the bases to pass out swag like lanyards, union pins, t-shirts if we get them in stock. And we're also the ones on the ground helping organize action events like the picket. So I'm sad that we had to postpone the picket this past Tuesday, but we look forward to having more efforts coming up as we gear up into more intense contract negotiations. One thing we just want to be very clear about is what the contract action team doesn't do. We are not here to tell anybody how to vote. We're not here to tell anybody to vote in a specific way. We just want to encourage all flight attendants to have as much information as possible so they can make the most informed decision. This contract dictates so much of our livelihoods, and it's so important that we go into the voting process with as much information behind you as possible. So again, we're not here to tell you how to vote. We just want you to feel comfortable and armed with the information when you are voting. And Emily can talk a little bit more about how to get in touch with us.
Yeah, so just as Jenna said, we are informers, not enforcers. I know we've all said that before, heard that before. Contract action team, we're just here to inform you. And that's exactly what we want to do. We, are volunteers. There's two of us. There's a couple more cat volunteers around JFK and LaGuardia. So if you see them around, say hi. We're passing out lanyards. If you would like to join us, you can scan the QR code here on the screen to join the contract action team. Please stay up to date on apfa.org. It's got all of the recent developments in the contract action or the contract negotiations rather. Our email address looks like has been cut off of this slide, but we'll get it out there. If you're on the New York City base page on Facebook, we post our updates there regularly, and we have base briefs sent out from Chris. So definitely keep your eyes open for that. Please join us. An informed work group is an empowered work group, and we all need to work together to make sure that we get a contract that we deserve. So again, thank you so much. We hope to see you soon on the line.
See you guys on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily and Jenna.
Thank you, ladies.
As I said, I mean, this is the perfect example of, right, the base council and volunteering. These two young ladies are applying right now, and of course, it's the challenge we have sometimes of making a decision on keeping the budget and being responsible with spending the members' money, right? And we don't always have the budget to remove someone. I could have removed them and had them here, but we had to really make sure, because I had to have the rest of the base council here. So that is exactly what I'm talking about. And I really appreciate that they took the time, right, while we're on duty right now, come here and talk to you guys. And the work they do is really invaluable to us, because we need to have ambassadors, because that is their specific expertise, right? The intricacies of what's happening in negotiations. As much as I get briefed on the board, et cetera, they're doing the boots on the ground type of work. And that's the work that we need to have people doing, so that when we go out to these picket events and we're picketing, members are going to ask us questions, right? Wait, why this? Why that? These are the folks that will provide us that information so we can keep the base informed. So I'm really, really grateful for their work. I'm going to touch two subjects that I wanted to make sure that the tone of this conference was one of information and really, yes, Jeff?
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to deviate out of situation, but I did have a situation with management that I had have an exchange of regarding about the uniforms. I know.
Yeah, go ahead, tell us.
I know that they've been very strict about, our image and appropriations for our uniform, but I feel like certain things has been in such a gray area, because on last month, I was approached by the Charlotte manager about my outer garment not being worn during boarding. But I did get a clarification from Daniel that I did not have to wear it. So I guess regarding to those type of things, they were being little, because he told me that I need to be wearing it. So for me, just like it's kind of, I don't know what word would be appropriate, like existing.
So
it didn't match up.
Right. So you're saying that this interaction with the manager, you feel as if there's not enough clarification as to what is required and what's not.
Correct.
Right.
But under the circumstances, when I spoke with Daniel, he did provide that I do not have to be wearing it during boarding, because I was in the aircraft. I was not out in the airport,
correct,
in the terminal without it. So during boarding, I did not have it was because the cabin itself was already too warm.
Right.
So they were already, pulling down temperature down. Then the incident, I guess I was required to wear my.
And what did the manager say to you?
He said that, well, we're boarding, so you have to be wearing your outer garment. Where is your outer garment? So I guess in my part, the person who's receiving this message felt like it was more of an authoritative command rather than just asking, hey, where was your outer garment?
Right. So in a situation like that, especially now, right, that we're getting into the season where the temperature is higher and the cabin, sometimes I've had flights when I was flying that we've asked the pilots, hey, can you turn the APU on? The image issue for the company itself, one, has never been consistent. I've been here 23 years. And when I started, the first maybe 10, 12, 13 years of my career, I knew what to expect when I came to work because management was consistent with what they did. So after, I would say right before the restructuring, from the personal program down, which I resigned from the personal program because of a lack of consistency. So what I always tell flight attendants is whenever you're approached by management and there's anything that is related to a policy or rule of conduct or anything they're alleging you may be in violation of, get clarification, right? You have asked her, okay, well, am I required to wear this garment? And that's why it's important you have that conversation because back to what Penelope said, we don't want you getting into a confrontation. Like if it was me, I would have said, well, the cabin is kind of warm. So I didn't think I had to wear my outer garment, but it is pretty warm in the cabin. And at that point, something like that, I would stand behind you because you have that right. It doesn't matter that the policy says, right, that you have to have your outer garment on. Now, if we're talking about a tie, that's a whole different subject because if it's too warm, it's one thing that they tell you, hey, could you tighten up your tie? You really have it too loose. But an outer garment, that's a work environment, that's, your quality of work life. If you're hot and then they don't have the cabin temperature where it should be, you bring that to us and you let us know, look, a manager in Charlotte approached me. First, we'll check and see if you have to have your outer garment on, right, in the cabin before boarding. And then if you do, right, we would reach out and say, look, there's going to be times flight attendants may not have their outer garment on for many reasons. I mean, I would have preferred that your complaint today would have been that the manager asked you, hey, is there a reason you don't have your outer garment on? We're human. And that's the part that we always ask you guys to come to us because there are flight attendants that come to work and have the right to come to work and are dealing with health conditions that they have a right and an FMLA, let's say, for something. That manager didn't know if that was your situation. So always bring those things to us. Don't confront them. Don't challenge them. But I'm glad you brought that up because that happens often. And what we get out of these type of scenarios is an altercation. And that's what we don't want.
I feel like it's also like the way that's been said as well. When I say FSMs, like flight service manager, I see them as our backbone, right?
Right.
And that's what, if something happens, the first person that we will be reaching out, besides, the union council will be the manager, right?
Absolutely.
Somebody that we report to. But I feel like it was, like I said, it's the way that they have spoken is, as people say, it's not what you say, is how you say it.
Exactly.
So on that personal incident, I feel like it could have been.
Yeah, and I've had instances here in New York where a flight attendant's company and said, could you please talk to my flight service manager about this? I don't feel comfortable talking to them because I don't feel supported. And that is a problem when you don't feel supported by a flight service manager, especially a flight service manager at another base who doesn't know you, doesn't know where you're from. And they just start telling you, you have to do this. Definitely, like I said to Nathaniel, just say, okay, fine, but in time, advocate for you on that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, absolutely, that's fine.
That's what this meeting is for. And the other thing I'll add is if you're going to a station, let's say like Charlotte, right, that day itself could have been, and this is just to give the benefit of the doubt to everyone, like we would get to ourselves. This could be a station that just has a lot of infractions where people come through there because it's a hub and people don't comply with image standards, right? Here you come the one time, right, that the cabin is hot and you have to experience that. But the tone is the part that we need to make sure we have so that we have a conversation and say, hey, this flight attendant was treated a certain way, it shouldn't happen. And we address that. Now, not a grievance, right? Because it wasn't something that egregious, but I have to say that the problem I see with most of these issues is that there's no consistency across the board. You shouldn't go to one station, right, and be chastised, but then go to another and see people doing whatever they want. It's not fair. So we understand that. Thank you. So attendance and performance have been the two biggies, one being popular, the other kind of more forgotten. So the AFSM program was an initiative that I believe the company put in place really to tackle dependability. And we all understand dependability is part of any business because if your workers don't show up on time, when they should, right? And execute the job at hand, it affects the business. We understand that. But the attendance flight service manager program was one that was put in place with a lot of resistance from APFA in general. And I was here and sitting on the board when the inception happened and when we gave the company feedback. I think that the issue with the attendance flight service manager program is more that the dependability part didn't have a lot of wiggle room and flexibility. We had record numbers of terminations because of this. And now it's evolved into, and I have no other choice but to put it this way to the flight attendants so that you guys understand that what you have come to know and expect through decades of being here is no longer where we are as a company. And your AFSMs are still managers. And so my issue with the AFSM program is that I do not have a problem with accountability. I do not have a problem with ensuring that the airline departs on time, and that's going to mean we're going to hold ourselves accountable. The company, the managers, the flight attendants, the agents, everyone. But advocacy is what I put on my agenda as the second item after introducing ourselves. And I had management here in the room because they themselves told you that advocacy is really the bottom line. There is no advocacy in the AFSM program. It's there at times when it's needed, when cases get difficult, yes. But an AFSM carries the title without the A of flight service manager. Okay, and I've been here 2 decades plus, and it always was where any member of management that was in a role of advocacy had the time not just to reprimand you and bring you in and speak about difficult things, but also to call you to say, thank you for 30 years of great service, no attendance issues, etc. And so that is not happening today because the way the AFSM program was put together, it really was put together seemingly with only one purpose, which was to curtail absenteeism. And while that is part of running a business, you failed at the real core of what your business is, which is customer service. And we are your internal customer. This is what I tell management all the time. If we're your internal customer and you put in a program that, yes, helps you with your numbers and to appear as the, better performance airline, but the people that are servicing your customer who brings you revenue are not being treated fairly, you've just done really bad math. Where we are today is that I'm hoping as we move closer to closing up this contract, that the contract will bring us more protections so that this AFSM program gets checked, because it's not checked right now. It's kind of rogue. Locally at the base, Penelope and I, we're working with the manager, we're working with the headquarters team. I do have to give them credit where it's due. We are now at a good place and we are talking. We resolved a lot of things, and some of the things that I had a really hard time dealing with are sort of under control. But that does not take away the fact that there's still no element of advocacy within the attendance program. And so if you're going to have a punitive program, right, you can't on the same hand bring a flight attendant in because John Doe decided to write a letter to get miles from you because he didn't like how your flight attendant looked, how they spoke, or in most cases, it's not to say their race. So you can't have it both ways. So that's where we are. So what I am asking the flight attendants in New York to do is to please check your mind view. You've got to make it a habit to check it. If you are at 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, 8 points, call a union rep. Hey, what does this mean? We are not going to look at you like you're crazy or go, well, what do they mean? We'd rather you come to us and say, hey, what does it mean that I have a point in performance? What does it mean that I have 6 points? Where am I? That is the kind of stuff that we don't judge that you have no knowledge of, because we'd rather catch it before it's too late. If you go into the attendance policy, and please remember that when you pull up the attendance policy, you should be pulling up the latest one, which is the revision of August 2022. And that attendance policy, so that it's clear, is arbitrated. APFA has challenged it in many ways. Okay, so just because it's survived, it doesn't mean that it's a fair policy. I do not think it's fair. I think it serves a purpose to the company, but it doesn't serve a purpose to us as employees when we need it, right? When we're sick, when we get sick at the last minute, when we get sick the way humans get sick, right? Because I promise you that management gets sick at the last hour and they don't go into their computers, right? They probably don't get the treatment we get where we get an LC or we get brought in because now we created an issue for the operation. We are hiring, we are bringing in a lot of new hires. I think it's actually reducing the number of cases that we have. But we were last year at a point where we were losing about 6 to 7 flight attendants a month, terminations. And when I say 6 to 7, I'm saying that there were about 6 or 7 that I had to pull strings from where there were no strings to not have them terminated. And the council's here, they don't let me lie. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do because I was watching people I flew with for 20 years literally go through normal life events that you and I and anyone can go through, being brought in by someone who had never worked here, never pushed a cart, never had wings on their jacket, telling them that their career was over. And I'm sorry, but that is what we have to call it. And the company knows I work with them, I'm really fair, and I'm here to work as a team. But the AFSM program was a really poor put together program. It was a low ball, and it's something they should carry as shame, not pride. Now, I do think that we have an opportunity as we move forward, and now that we're in negotiations and we're buttoning up a lot of these contractual sections to really ensure that that corrects what we feel is egregious. Because if it doesn't, right, it's gonna do what it ultimately does in any time you don't treat your employees right. You're going to kill morale. And you can kill morale and say, yes, we'll fire you. But then what you're going to do is create a legacy that is really a shallow legacy. Because you've got to have good employees. You've got to have people who've been here 33 years, right? To call it a legacy. A legacy doesn't just get called a legacy because of the years you've been operating. So please understand that the attendance program is a threat. It's a threat to your job, to your careers. And if you've been here 30 years, 35 years, and you think that hitting 11 points, right, that because you've been here all those years and no one ever did anything, that you're not going to be subject to the same thing that a 10-year flight attendant is. Penelope and I right now are working on 2 retirements that we are going to be lucky if we get them. And these are people who were caught off guard. So come to us. Luciana does a lot of attendance cases. Penelope does also. Eric does. Reach out to one of our council reps when you don't understand how your MyView looks. We will help you. We will guide you. There's many resources that we can help you put in place. It is never too late. When it's too late is when you get the FedEx letter that you have to come in for a 35-hour. I seem upset about it because it is something that's very contentious to me. But I think it's important that we are upfront about this issue because it is a threat to your career.
Also, in New York, we are covered by New York Paid Family Leave. It is not for our personal use, it is for the use of a family member who lives with us. If you need to use that, it's also a lot of the problems that Chris and I have with the attendance policy is things aren't spelled out very well with the company. Well, it's easy to find here that I can find it, but I'm sure that you would have a really hard time finding certain things like how to call in sick for a family member. Does anybody know how to call in sick for a family member? You don't use your sick time because that sick time is for your use, not for your family member's use. It's not spelled out on the company's website. If you have any questions about sick usage, sick time, family leave, New York paid family leave, and even if you're a commuter, you still qualify for New York paid family leave because you work in New York State. New York State gives you that benefit. Sometimes there are just really difficult questions and you'll get one answer from your attendance manager and you'll call us and we'll sometimes have to do some research on it. I call the health department at APFA all the time. Kathy Sharp and I text back and forth all the time. Hey, how about this? I have a question about that. Always contact us and please, again, when you're communicating with your attendance managers, do not hesitate to put us in your emails. That way we can follow along, or if we feel we need to intercede on your behalf, we've seen the communications you've had back and forth with your attendance manager, and you don't have to catch us up. And like Chris said, they are terminating people, whether you've got 5 years or 30 years, they are terminating people over attendance. So also on top of watching your MyView, check your company email on a regular basis. That is part of your responsibility. And that's where the attendance managers are communicating. They're not communicating with your personal email, they're communicating through your company email. So keep up with checking your company communications from your manager, your flight service manager, your attendance manager.
Right, and these warnings that we're giving you are more about an issue, about a threat to your career, about a poorly built program. This is not about the individual AFSMs that are in the airport at Kennedy or at LaGuardia. They're human, they have a job to do like we do. So this is not for you to go and have any kind of personal feelings about them individually, because that would be unfair to them. And we just had a conversation about professional standards, right? That is something for me as your base president to work with the national team to continue to take to the company our grievance of an unfair attendance flight service manager program that is not really inclusive. It's not really fostering all those boxes they want us to check on the work environment policy, social media policy, and everything else. So we'll continue working. Please, if something happens in your life and you know it's going to affect your attendance, we will hold things in confidentiality. If it's a phone call you need, text us and say, I need to speak to you. I can't put it in writing. I have something going on in my life. We can get you time off. We can get you out on a medical leave of absence. We can get you out on an unpaid status. There's so many options. And it's ironic because this same company that has put this irresponsible program in place has also given and has a ton and an abundance of resources that can help you avoid this spectrum. So that is the frustration I have, is that American has provided its employees an abundance of resources, but they have to understand that if they're going to put bodies in cubicles to manage us and to keep an on-time operation, they also have to advocate on our behalf. And I have flight attendants that have never had an issue with their attendance record. And I make it a point when I'm in the airport and I approach them and I say, have you ever had any attendance issues? No. How many years have you been flying? 38. Okay. Do you know who your AFSM is? This is the first question I get. My who? AFSM. Oh, AFSM, right. It's an attendance flight service manager. Have you met them? No. Okay. When was your anniversary? Oh, wait, that's not them anymore. The performance manager that was there for 30 years has now been detached from your attendance manager. So then this attendance manager at a base of 3,000 people that's handling 1,000, how do I, as a base president, as a person, as an individual, can I expect them to go to a gate to say to Penelope, thank you for 33 years of good attendance at this company? So who do we blame for that? The people at the top. It was poorly built together. APFA warned them, I kicked and screamed, and they still rolled it out. At this juncture, we need you to be aware of it and come to us and put your union dollars to work and have us do the job of protecting you. We will give you the resources. We will facilitate a conversation with management. We will come with you to the meetings. We will never tell you what to say, but there are many times where flight attendants walk into meetings, right, without us, and then they want to call us because they realize how bad the situation is. So always use your union. We're here for you. We never turn away anyone who requests representation. Jeff?
about the manager and the AFSM. So like, I was in different base before, from 17 to 18. For 18, when I came to New York, I didn't meet my manager for 9 months.
So at that time it was just
Yeah.
right.
So, and then when I came to, when I started figuring out what AFSM was, I didn't know. I mean, I knew who she was, but I never got to the point where every time I do go, it's there. So just till this day, I never met her.
Right, and that in itself is an example of, right, even before the AFSM program began, it goes back to my issue of consistency. I get it, you're running now a combined airline of two legacies and right, and it's larger, bigger. Well, if you can't manage that and keep us, the good employees, right, feeling appreciated, but you're gonna create a system that now is going to basically throw a net and catch dolphins and sharks, it doesn't work. And that's okay at Delta. But this is not Delta, this is American, and we have a union, and we have rules and protections. And so I hope that in my tenure here, my next 2 years, that before I leave my term, that I leave something a lot more humane, because it's not humane at the time. And again, I want to make sure I emphasize, this is not about the individual folks that are carrying out their duties. This is about a program that was put together, which is usually the case by people who don't do what we do. They're customers every day. We're a customer and we deserve to be treated with the same respect you want us to treat our customer. Diane.
I was just gonna reiterate, what you had said. Being here 32 years, at 30 years, I expected from years ago, Joan Fallon, Bonnie Miles,
Was mine as well.
come to give you your pin and thank you. Nothing. I didn't get anything for 30 years. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna reach out to them. And I reached out to my manager and said I was really disappointed. And she nailed it to me. Never even met me when, coming from LaGuardia, just to say, hey, nothing, just nailed it to me and said, here you go. And that was it. So I was really disappointed.
Right.
I feel like it's very, yeah, to people so much. I feel like it's been questions. I feel like it's very subjective, like FSMs, right? Like I'm very grateful that fortunately I had amazing FSMs till now. Like I have Eagle now. He reached out to me, every other time he can, or whatever situation that I need to take care of. He would always make sure he was a lot more proactive compared to what I've heard from different individuals who's a flight attendant as well, that, oh, my manager never talks to me. Like I have a colleague who said she never did their connect meeting before, and they're just like, what's going on? But I already had mine with the hurts. It wasn't fun. But it's like to see that to day and night and day. It's
It's the lack of consistency that we create the feeling of like an employee like Diane, like an accountability. Diane has given this company over 30 years, right? And we get it. And listen, it's gonna happen. Your anniversary is gonna come and maybe your manager either was busy, was out sick. We're human, those things happen. But when it's happening in the same token of the terminations being at, high numbers, because now you want the airline to operate on time, but your employees are not feeling appreciated, that's a problem. And it's a problem really that falls on us as your union, because we have to find a way to resolve this almost through contract language, because the attendance policy was arbitrated. I mean, it's sad, but it went before a person that you can equal to a judge. And right, and the company got away with it. So we as a union, and me on the board of directors, and we're pushing it. I gotta tell you, I don't know of one board member since I've been here, even in my previous term, that was not up in arms fighting this every day. And we would try to look for ways, and Julie and Larry through labor relations and Jeff, and it was just, you could just see it, how it was hurting the membership, and it continues to do it. It's not as bad as it was, but I do think it's the lack of consistency and the lack of planning and resources. Here in New York, I think we could use about 6 AFSMs, right? So that they can at least have the opportunity to not only recommend, but also give some credit to where it's due to flight attendants who don't have attendance issues. So we'll see where we go with that, but I wanted to make sure I brought it up in the meeting because it does keep me up at night. And it's really hard when you have a job on the line that, you know, my counsel always tells me that I make them do something that they don't like to do. And I always tell them, when you have a flight attendant that has an issue that their career is in danger, you must tell them, right? We don't enforce that. And they know I've turned terminations after they have been terminated. I have had the luck that through finding peace and you know, a way of delivering the message to the right people in management above the local level, I have had flight attendants that have been terminated, brought right back. And working with our regional, who's really excellent, Raymond Lewis, it really has worked for Penelope and I, but it shouldn't really be something someone should have to carry working for an airline this big. It does something to a person to have to go through something like that and not feel appreciated. So I really hope that we can find a happy medium. And I'm always, no matter how bad things get, I will always give management the opportunity to find a way to meet us halfway. And I think with the AFSM program, they really can do more. And I think a lot of what Brady Barnes, the VP of in-flight, who does these Facebook Lives, you know, he paints a great picture of you know, the team members. And I need that to start looking like it. I need the basis to start looking like that, because right now, like, and I think the AFSM program is part of that. So we'll continue to advocate on your behalf, but we need you to come to us and always ask us and check your mind view, check your messages, check your CCIs. It's a big issue with people not checking their emails. We did have that on the agenda for the meeting, but Penelope and I discussed it. And we think it's a lot more productive for us to be out on the field, talking to you, showing you your tablet and how to check certain things and updating your tablet. So look for that.
On that note, I just want to ask you a question that came in regarding the AFSMs. It's from Jamie, and she says, my view is not correct with sick calls, and I have emailed my AFSM 10 days ago, and she never responded. How are we supposed to handle attendance if they don't get back to us, and where they tell us to, quote, self-monitor when it's not functional?
Right. So in an issue like that, we need you to start getting into the habit of copying in either Penelope or I when you communicate with either local management, headquarters, anyone. In the situation of Jamie, right, forward us the email that you last sent. We will then reach out to the AFSM and ask if there's a reason. There have been times, we have to also remember, they're under an amount of work that is not really balanced. So think of 1,000 people and you have to check an email, and about 1,000 people, you've got about maybe 300, 400, 500 that need some type of assistance. So forward us those type of emails, we will follow up. But if it were to get to a point where you're going to be issued corrective action, and this is something that's not taken into consideration, we always use it to your benefit. So just loop us in and we will take it from there.
I have a couple of questions. I don't know if you want to do it at the end. Okay, this I believe has to do with peer support. She did not say who she is or he or they. Why did Julie combine all CERT, professional standards, and EAP? And how can she make that decision without asking the membership?
Sorry, you said, why did Julie, I heard it, but
why did Julie combine all CERT, professional standards, and EAP? And how can she make that decision without asking the membership?
Right. So it's a question that's for Julie, not for me. But what I could say, when you're in the role of a national officer, especially in Julie's role, and this is something that has taken me a while to really understand, because all of you know that I have struggled with a lot of decisions that have been made in headquarters since I took the term. But when you're in a position like the one Julie's in negotiating, not from a really good point, because we're negotiating from a contract that's long to, and also looking at where you're taking the union, it's really a difficult position to be in. The combination of the three departments I can now say that are more attributed to giving the flight attendants a one-stop shop instead of a spread out resources here, resources there. I think that that's a question that would be better answered by Julie if the question is about intent, because I will never speak on another officer's intent. But I think if I had to speak on the reason in general administratively, it would be more Julie seeing this as a flight attendant getting assistance, let's say, for instance, through a professional standards issue. Now the person who's helping them realizes that they have a problem that could be substance, that could be mental, right? I think for Julie, it's like instead of that flight attendant being left there unattended, the very person that is assisting them is trained to handle EAP, CERT, and professional standards. So it gives that individual an opportunity to have a representative that is giving them a well-rounded amount of resources versus having to hop around. And I'll say that when I initially resisted the combination of these resources, it was more because we could have done the same thing we did today, combining them all, but in a more inclusive and a more respectful way to be legacy built by the folks who built CERT and who did professional standard and who did EAP. But that's a personal opinion of mine. And again, if intent is the question, that's for Julie. But if the question is about why do it in general, I think it's fair to say that she was looking to give the flight attendant a more inclusive, private, one-stop opportunity to get help whenever they needed it. And I will say, if the program progresses and we strengthen it and it does good, it is the advantage of being able to approach Penelope King. And for me to say, Penelope, hey, I have a problem, I'm always late to work and I don't know what to do. Penelope's already trained on EAP professional standards and CERT, right? So Penelope may say, hey, I need to ask you a question, are you under the use of any substance? Are you dealing with any domestic violence? Are you dealing, right? That right there keeps me from having to go to another rep. So I think that was the intent behind the combination of the program.
Well, what I was gonna say is I've seen it happening in real time where you're dealing with the flight attendant who has several different issues. So if you're dealing with Deb McCormick, Marcus Riccardi, and Marcus is working with me to advocate for the flight attendant to help protect their job, to help protect their home, to help protect their mental status. And, like Sharon said, a lot of things are all encompassing. You don't know if a flight attendant has what appears to you to be, there's something wrong with this person, or they're nasty, or you don't know what's going on. There's layers upon layers, and this combined program, while we were all in New York, we were very skeptical about combining the programs. I think having it under one umbrella, it's just one place where they can say, okay, you have this issue, let's work on these separate issues, which makes it a lot easier than going from department to department.
And it took us a while to answer that question. It took us a while to understand that as officers. And guys, I want to be, I'm very frank. We're saying this to you because we have to give you the facts of how we're seeing it, right? That there is a positive side to this. But it doesn't, we can't ignore the fact that how we got here is not how we should have. There were a lot of people who were doing these same exact things that this program is doing that are not part of the program today. And that is not for this meeting, but I think that is the part that for us was a challenge and that we had to get to, right? But we're officers of the union. I'm a board member. I'm entrusted with making sure that your quality of work life is improved every day, right? Everything we do has to be to better you. And I think that the intentions behind combining everything were good. It's just how we went about it. But that could be said about how I would handle a grievance versus Penelope, right? We could have a difference of opinion about how Penelope files a grievance and how I've handled it. So I want to make sure that I don't cast a shadow over any officer. But you know, I've learned in this role that you learn from everything, and you realize that sometimes when you do things, as good as they are, you could do them better. You could do them in a way that's less impactful on people who are impacted by them. I hope that answers the question. I just can't speak on intent.
Okay, and there's another one that I believe perhaps it's also, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer or not. Thank you for advocating for us with regards to Connect Me. Why did Julie allow this to happen to us?
Okay, so Connect Me, this was not something Julie allowed. I think Connect Me is part of the right the company has as creating a resource for the flight attendant and the agents and everyone who works to get a flight out on time. The company has the ability to create many resources that do not have to be contractual. Where we ran into a problem was when the company started imposing requirements and things. So I don't know that it's fair to say that Julie allowed it. Julie was on board with the board when we were up in arms about this requirement and has actually been helping us in these labor relations meetings to get where we were today, which is to remove that title of requirement. And now we're just at, you know, the two messages you have to acknowledge. So I will say though that we have to be careful sometimes, and I had to remind myself of this, right? That when we don't like something or when we don't agree with how something is done, it's really hard, and it's taken me a long time. If you focus a lot on the person who's in the role of the difficult decision, you lose precious time of fixing the problem, right? So Penelope and I are on it. I think Connect Me is at the top of our list. I assure you guys that if you reach out to us, if there's something with Connect Me that's affecting you, we'll file a grievance and we'll protect you. But I don't know that that's something Julie allowed more than management did, just like the AFSM program.
Okay, those are all the questions that came through.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. So Penelope's going to talk for a few minutes about social media, and then I will close up the meeting. There are some things I want to say in closing, but if while Penelope is giving the social media presentation, you have any additional questions you'd like us to address publicly on the meeting, please send them to Luciana or to our email, and we will answer them.
Okay. Social media has been something that the company has. They've allowed flight attendants in the past to be really free about what they post on social media in their uniform, on the aircraft. Now they are reining it in, and they're bringing a lot of people in, whether you have a lot of followers on your personal social media or whether your personal pages on Instagram, Facebook, whatever forum that you use, if it's private, please remember your social media is not private. I've been in meetings with flight attendants who say, my page is private. Nobody has access to this. Well, somebody did, and somebody turned you in. And the company takes, they have, and what they are allowing, or I think the word allowing is not really a good word. What they are cracking down on is evolving. Things that 5 years ago they didn't say anything about. It's now changing, and you have to be very careful, very cognizant of what you're posting on social media. Make sure you're not showing your ID. Make sure that you know you're not taking videos while on duty. That will absolutely get you brought in for a meeting. The company has their own PR arm. They don't need us to be out there promoting the brand. It's great to put your experiences and, you know, anything you want to put out there, but be mindful that you should be reading the company's social media policy. I don't believe they've updated it recently, but at the same time, they are still bringing people in for social media policy violations. Your WhatsApp group chats are considered social media. So if you've gotten into a spat with somebody on a group chat, somebody can turn you in for that. What else do I have? And Chris and I keep trying to tell people, we don't respond to Facebook Messenger requests. We have our phone numbers and we have our emails. Please contact us via that because I have two phones. Chris only has one. I have two phones. My personal phone, I don't really use that a whole lot for APFA work, and I do have my work email on here, but this is how you communicate with me, is through my APFA phone. You do have the freedom of speech, but remember, the company also has the right to question what you have posted.
And to add a little bit to that, I think one of the confusing things about social media is that if we're not at work, people see that as not within the company's reach, right? Because you're saying, well, I'm not working or I did this. The issue really lies in the identifying yourself with the brand. And so, yes, we can have a conversation in a meeting because if the company brings you in for any kind of social media violation, we have documents, we have ACLU and human rights. I belong to I don't know how many organizations via email, and I read. There's a lot of arguments we can make. The question is that in itself to have to come in and speak to a person who is your employer about something that's so personal and intimate as what you post on your social media, I don't think you want that. I think it's just better to avoid it. And so what I do is, for instance, I have an Instagram account. Those of you who follow me, all you're going to see on there is my workout videos. It's all I ever loaded up. I do have a LaGuardia Instagram account that I tried to, and we're going to now make more use of it, featuring members. And what I do with that is I usually kind of sit back when I have time, because I don't always have time to do it, is feature members, right, and things that I know about the qualities and highlight them, just to kind of foster that, inclusive environment of, we have that at the base. The officers participate on social media, but the company looks, and a lot of it is also your peers, your colleagues will turn you in, disagreements, right? So people ask me all the time, what constitutes identifying with brand? Well, anytime you have anything around you that identifies you as an employee of American, I don't think that gives the company the right to bring you into something, and it's an issue more of when you're brought in, because of course, we're here to defend you and your rights, but it's the fact that they brought you in. I'm different because for me, it's just very offensive for you to tell me as someone that I work for, like, hey, come in here and why did you post that? I mean, I just, thank God I haven't been in that situation, but like, we got a problem as you're bringing me in because it better be good and you better have the right to do it. So when we go in there, it's difficult because we have to then say to you, hey, look, this or that. And then no one wants to be told what they should or should not post. And most of these meetings, so that we protect you when there is an actual infraction, we are actually telling you, hey, look, you may want to not this or that. We don't take any pleasure in doing that because we feel we're limiting your liberties and your freedoms, right? So let's see. Well, I think overall the board, we talk about those conversations sometimes. And I think the national officers also are cognizant of that. And it's just the era we're living in, it's still evolving and it's too fresh. This burst of technology. So corporations are kind of being very careful about what their folks are posting. So just be cautious and listen, if you send me a picture, I've had new hires ask me, hey, is this okay? I don't want to get in trouble. We're okay with that. It's better to be safe than sorry.
I mean, I've gone through, when I know I've had a meeting, I've gone through people's accounts and say, I think this is really great. It's really well done. I'm amazed. The company will have an issue with it. And this is what they're going to have an issue with. So You know, put stuff on, put your layover stuff on. Don't put anything with yourself in uniform. Do your layover stuff and don't identify yourself as an employee. That's one of the safest ways to still share. If you have a big following, share with your followers or share with your family. Just don't, be very careful about putting yourself out there in uniform. That's where they really start focusing the microscope, is when you're in uniform.
All right, so, we don't, so, anything else?
I know that
Oh,
Daniel
right.
had a couple.
Yeah, I told everyone that I was coming here, so I have a list of questions and actually, Luciana just answered a couple of them that I have. But
How many do you have?
I think she answered the one about
But you have like.
But how many do you have left?
I have like 6.
Come up
Is that
here.
okay?
You're a good decision.
Okay. I don't agree with these questions, the questions that were given to me.
It's all right. No, come on.
So,
No, come up here. I want you to sit there.
oh, okay.
First, don't sit with me.
It's all right.
You know I don't fight much.
No, I don't. So I don't know which one of you guys wants to tackle this one. The first one I have is, when are we gonna get paid for boarding time? And do you guys have any idea of how that process is gonna happen?
It's something that the negotiators are working on. Thankfully, Delta started paying for portions of their boarding, and that is something that APFA is now using as leverage.
Okay, and then, I don't know.
Can I want to add something to the boarding pay question. So, for the boarding pay question, we just put into the website the compensation proposal to the company. Excuse me. So I believe that in that proposal is the details of how the boarding pay is laid out as we proposed it. Because the company hasn't given us their counter, right? We don't know how it's gonna end up looking. But what I want to add to that is that when you get folks who ask you questions like that, and thank you for bringing them to the meeting, make sure they understand that the word and the phrase is age old, because we've been fighting this battle since '93 and before, right? But what Delta did, one, is not what it looks like, because if you get into the weeds of how they're paid, what we proposed trumps what they have right now, right? So the beauty of that is that we're in negotiations, and so the goal is to always be industry leading. Boarding pay is complex because it's new, and because right now we are the very next airline to try to attain it through a bargaining process, right? Because Delta did it as a union busting tactic, and that's just exactly what they did because they never did it before. And they do that every time we're trying to get into a contract. So anyone out there who's concerned and focused on boarding pay, I really encourage them to wait for the TA to come out, because since it's new, right? My feeling on that is we need to establish and have it, because that's how you build on contract language, right? You don't just get it and you get the prize. You get it, now once you have it, you build on it. So that's a good question.
The next 3 questions are from Newark-based, the Newark Flyers. I'm one of those. These are the ones that they gave.
Come on, let's call them what they are, the Club Newark.
Club Newark. Well, I'm for Club Newark. Because I live in Jersey.
Right.
The first question that we have is the ops and the sleeping area. Is there any update on that? And what is the response that we have gotten to the feedback that we've given the company of that?
Okay, so we're talking about which airport?
Newark.
Okay, so currently I filed a base nod for Newark. The grievance, we had the pre-DRC. I reached out to my counterparts at APA, the local pilot here, the base president for them and vice president. We've made a lot of progress. I want to say that at this point, because with this company, most companies, until you don't have the money in the bag, right, you can't really sing glory. But I really think that this was the one thing that I felt that the company really moved in a positive direction on immediately with us, and I think they understood us. So what I could tell you, because I can't really speak on it, because there is an active base nod on it, is that you will be very happy with the results.
Yes. That's good to hear. The next question is, to piggyback on that is, do you ever see there being an MOD or any sort of management being present at Newark? And if not, how is it a way for us to tell management that we would like to see them there? Because a lot of the people felt like we're like, if they only fly to Newark, like essential. He's like the stepchild. Like, there never is anyone there. Like, if you have a problem with your EFB, you have to come all the way to LaGuardia, you have to come all the way to JFK. If like, for example, your FSM wants a meeting with you, you have to come to LaGuardia, you have to come to JFK. So like, what are ways that we, if not through you guys, we can go to management and levy that?
You're putting me in a tough spot, okay.
No, no.
But it's all right. It's all right. Okay, so here's, because clearly, I'm sure management is watching. So to that, my main concern right now is, first of all, honor our contract, right? Our contract says that when you're going to either open a new airport or establish new operations, that you get with the APFA so that we ensure that the space that you're providing meets our contract. As far as management being at Newark, I'm more inclined to have a conversation about get me the resources I need, a phone line, right? Tablet bar, et cetera, all that. I don't know about management because I think that you haven't yet understood the good thing you have by having a self-managed area that really affords you so many things. And I'm saying so many things because if you're at Newark, a brand new terminal, new airport, new facility, your flight's delayed, you get stuck, right? You got to sleep in a lounge chair with a pillow and a blanket. Do you want a manager telling you to wake up because you can't sleep there? Do you want a manager telling you where's your scarf? Do you want a manager telling you, hey, why is your hair, So I can fight and I'm working on getting you to have the same level of service and resources that other airports have. But because I just explained to you how the company handles, on time and with the AFSMs, I want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position to lose the flexibility of not having the presence of managers if they're not going to be there to advocate, right? If they're going to be there to advocate and really support us, I'm all for it. History doesn't say that that's what they do when they put someone in a place. So off the meeting, we can continue to have a conversation about, yes, we need to make sure that the airport now comes up to par with LaGuardia and JFK. And I've always said that. Club Newark, it was hard because I couldn't get the attention of that group of people. And I think it was more because they've been so alone and no one really paid attention. Penelope was in administration with them and they took care of them. But when I say paid attention is, let's say face it, until I came, there was no emphasis on Newark, right? And so we've now changed that. We're at par with the rest of the bases. I'm not a big proponent of management being in our work area, right? But we'll make sure you have all those things you mentioned. They're already on my list. You shouldn't have to go to LaGuardia JFK to get a tablet, to get something fixed. We could have support staff. That's not management. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And if
it
you
would
have
look
any-
like MOD, not an FSM.
But if you have any
Right.
real questions, just ask Judy.
Right.
Yes,
You will.
yes, that's right.
Judy knows everything.
The next question I have, actually has to do with MODs. What is the feedback that we can give management about the MOD closing early, especially, before all these IPD departures leaving us, like, for example, in the case of like not having the catering that we have. I mean, they do say that, and this is not the question, but I know they said they were ramping at that time after 8, but like, I've had like a Sao Paulo departure, we were missing catering and no one is there. So the question that I have is pretty simple, is like, what is it that we can facilitate in terms of like them not being there and all these IPDs leave after 8?
Okay. I'm so happy you brought this up because I meant to include it.
I got questions.
Right.
Picking up that one, since they announced, they were gonna close earlier, and Chris got them to stay with them later.
Okay.
So here's the part that is important. The company told me that the reason why they were gonna cut the hours of the box, because they call it the box, not in a derogatory way, but it's the box because that's where the MOD is there, and you can go there and get assistance, is because they felt that the MODs being in the operation served the operation, the flight attendants, and just everything better. I got them to push the time to later, right, because of the IPD. Since it happened, I put out a base brief. I told the flight attendants, right, I wasn't happy with change. Please let me know if you don't feel. So the complaints you're bringing me right now So far to date, I haven't had one email in my inbox from Penelope telling us that they would write to have people available. Because here's the problem. If the company's telling me that the reason they cut the box hours was because those people in the box are now on the floor ramping, and you're telling me that when you need catering or when you need something done, they're not down there in the concourse, right? If I got 3, 4, 5, 6 emails, when I do what I call APFS, with these are conferences Penelope and I have with management locally, senior base manager, sometimes Carvana. I bring those emails and I say, hey, this is what's happening. That's accountability. But you guys have to tell me and Penelope, hey, we don't have the support that we are supposed to have since they cut those hours, right? Let's face it, we all cut corners. We all do it. It's normal. And they could have just cut a corner and told me, hey, we're cutting the box hours or in the operation. And, you know, behind us, they may be leaving early. That's fair. I get it. It's fine. But it's an IPD base now. New York has become like Charlotte, Dallas. They have to support it. Without speaking on talks that I'm having now with the company that are confidential, that is already being addressed because we have had certain critical incidents happen, and with the combination of CERT, EAP, and professional standards, there is some gaps that need to be covered. Yeah. So I promise you, you will see in a few months some type of change that improves that coverage for IPD.
And the last question I have is twofold, so I'm gonna split it, but it's one question. And this is from David Lombardo. He said, why is Christian, you, and the company allowing so many transfers to the space? I don't know. I don't know how you can control that, but I'm asking it because they gave it to me. And then the second part of the question is, why must sign-in remain the same when flights are delayed and we are not getting paid? Therefore, why has these scheduling stop notifying us of flights that are delayed and revising their sign-in times?
All right, so let's take the first one, which is why am I or the company letting transfers come into the base? Okay,
Right.
So transfers don't work like that, right? The bid packet you get starts all the way at the top with manpower planning, which is who controls where the actual aircrafts move and go, et cetera. Then the pilot that are plugged into them, bases that flight trips. The head count at each base has to do with the reports they get about absenteeism. If they see that a base, for instance, needs 100 people and it has 110, but they still have issues covering, let's say, AM standbys, and they've exhausted all the other avenues with filling, that means that base needs to have more people in it. When Penelope and I started, back then it was a more transparent transfer process because we kind of knew when they brought, let's say, 50 people to LaGuardia, non-speaker, speaker. Now the company looks at it more. Everything is looked at from an absenteeism angle. So now what I could tell you is that I think we need to stop taking in new hires at this point. But that's more because I think the new hires that are here now will start to suffer not getting per diem because they are getting trips, let's say, right? But instead of flying 40 to 60 hours. I don't want them flown 75 hours. They should be flying 40, 45, 60 hours. If you're flying 30, 32 hours and you just started and you're at the bottom of the pay scale and you don't have that extra $300, $400 per diem check, I mean, that's your rent, that's your subway fare and all that. So, you know, I don't control transfers, but I do have the power to engage the folks in headquarters to stop them. But when I do that, I have to have data and reasons to say to them, I don't think we need them at this time. We have to be careful with that because David Lombardo doesn't want more transfers, but I have Christian Santana, a flight attendant, who wants me to get the base to a point where he can take an oversleep or a voluntary leave of absence, right? Unpaid leave of absence. We should have that flexibility of being able to take a month off without the 40-hour limitation. And so it's really a war flu, and we'll see. But right now, really, the new hires is the part that I'm looking at closely. And I'm trying to get out there to talk to more new hires to see how they're feeling about the hours they're getting. But we have a lot of resignations.
I have a
lot.
question.
One question. This is regarding to transportation. I know, I believe, I'm not sure if it's true, but I believe LAX has their own, I guess, transportation situation because of the contract that Garand fathers in Air Cali, was it? That week. Is there anything that the company is able to do for like New York, specifically for New York, like for people who doesn't have their primary transportation? Because I feel like a lot of the New Yorkers do commute through public transportation, and I think we should be reimbursed for it because, you know, AirTrain's 825 now, it's just one way, you know, not everyone flies just Kennedy alone. Some people fly LaGuardia and JFK and Newark. So I guess to optimize our pay, I think we should, you know, to have like some kind of compensation, some kind of like a allowance for us to use, because everyone gets a parking pass, but for people who doesn't have, I feel like that's more of, you know, something that not in our, is our disadvantage. So I don't know if anything can be serviced for that when it comes to public transportation for legislation.
Right. So the courtesy on demand that we have right now that allows you to get, let's say, to Newark and the city, that was a fight because prior to my administration, Penelope and Robert fought to try to get it, and we were losing it on April 1st of 2022. We were losing it. 2021, sorry. We were losing it. We fought, and thank God we had Eric on the council, and Eric was part of the folks who negotiated a settlement, right, that allowed us to keep even what we have, because when you have a settlement, there's no expiration date to it, unless that's agreed to in the settlement. So we shouldn't even have what we have. But as far as what you're saying, it's been something that's always come up. And if you look at the compensation, I believe it was either in the compensation or prior to it, the negotiators did propose a stipend for folks who don't use parking at their base. So if you don't use parking and you don't drive, you will get a stipend if this passes and the company agrees to it. Do not quote me if it's $75 or $100, but you will get that money in your paycheck for you to use for other means of transportation. So in other words, it would save the company, for instance, the company may say that to provide you parking in New York, because they have to go to Port Authority for 2 of the airports, and believe me, it's true, it may cost them $300-400 per head. So giving you
$300 a month per person.
So giving you $100 because you don't drive, I really give kudos to the negotiators, because that was for me when I was here and I was junior and poor. I would say, I don't drive. Why can't you give me something that I'm saving you? So yeah, we're addressing that in negotiations. As you go in compensation, I think it's their proposal already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, two-part question. We didn't get to the second part, right?
The second part was about the sign-in time. So it was the same person. He said, why must sign-in remain the same even after flights are delayed and we're not getting paid? Therefore, why has crew scheduling stopped notifying us flights are delayed and rising our sign-in times?
All right, so the question is not kind of specific. So if a flight is delayed, right, and the delay is not significant enough to warrant a change in departure time, the sign-in time is not going to change. And I'm going to give you an example to maybe answer the question in a better way. If you're going to Chicago at noon and the flight is now delayed till 12:40, but the change in departure occurred within a certain window, I can guarantee you scheduling will create more havoc by changing the sign-in time of 4 people on a 7-3 than by leaving it at that, right? Yes, you're going to the airport and you're not getting paid, but you don't get paid anyway until that door closes, right? So you are on duty, your duty day is counting. I think that could fire back on us. If I was a turn flyer and every time my turn got delayed, they kept pushing it, and I mean, I go home, come back. I mean, it would present a problem. Now, if you have a departure that's really pushed significantly, and you are home, and they're telling you still have to come to the airport, you need to file a grievance on that. And if you file a grievance, we see that they cause you to go sit for an extra hours. I'm the type of vice president. Call me crazy, I will fight for red flag or 200% pay, because to me, that's just, you know, a disregard for your time that you could have been at home either with family or whatever. But we have to be careful to want instant gratification on specific small issues like that, that if you don't provide us data, right? What you just brought up, if Penelope and I would have said, oh, we have a stack of people telling us, then it's a different problem. Because then we bring that, I'll bring that to the board, talk to Julie, Larry, they talk to the company, and that's addressed that way. But if we go and bring issues like that because of a individual's style of how they like to, they just want to go to work when they're ready to go to work, the large airline. And
Also, on that vein, if they haven't contacted you, and if you see that there's a significant delay, and you haven't left home yet, and they haven't contacted you, you can call crew scheduling and say, hey, I see my assignment time, my departure time is delayed by 90 minutes, 2 hours. Are you gonna change my assignment time? They don't have to, but you can call them and request for it to be changed. And if they don't change it, go to the airport, and that starts your duty day. Go to the airport, sign in, because that starts your duty day. And if your duty day time's out and you have to go home, that's their fault.
Just, for instance, today, I was telling Christian that I got to the airport, I was driving in from Connecticut 2 hours, and I got to the airport, and when I was in the parking lot, my flight sign-in was at 7:30 a.m. I got a message from scheduling, and it was actually written out because I could see it at 6:35, so less than an hour, to tell me that my flight's delayed until 6 p.m. So, yeah. So I'm like, okay, so do I go home? Do I I'm not going to drive 2.5 hours to come back. So I've been here since 6:30 this morning. So I contacted my manager, like, I thought I should, and she said she can't do it. I'd have to call Paycom. So I did, which I was suggested to do. So I gave them the information, but like, I wasn't able to sign in because they had already changed my sign.
Call crew scheduling and let them know, I am here right now. You did not call me in a sufficient amount of time. I'm here.
So, but does that go back to 6:30 this morning?
it won't go back to 6:30 in the morning, because by the time you called them, the change had already happened on the schedule, right?
I didn't call them at all. I didn't do anything.
Right, but if you had called, like
Right.
Penelope said, and they had already done the change, it allows us to have a timestamp of you making the call so we can file a grievance. And it doesn't have to be 3 hours for call out. You own the right to file a grievance on anything you want. You can tell me, look, I want this trip to turn into red flag. We'll fight for that and we'll try to get it for you.
So this 12 or 11 hours that I've been waiting for the flight, I don't get anything other than 3 hours call out. I mean, am I technically on duty or not?
You didn't call them.
You're not on duty until you sign in.
Yeah.
And so now to that question, what is happening is that scheduling you're at the airport about to sign in, they never notified you, and now they've changed the time, no notification, and it's far away, right? And
Your one message is not notification.
right. So if that happens and you're at the airport and you can't sign in, you need to call one of us immediately.
Because we still operate under first person contact. They have to actually speak to you, either scheduling, a manager.
Yeah, and they've never even called me back.
Yeah.
So.
And there's, I think in our career in general, that whole window of, right, we got to be careful, because when I tell the company I'm here, the scheduler in Skyview that's sitting at his desk, you can tell him you're wherever. If he doesn't see that you try to, right, that's really what they're going to go by. But I always tell flight attendants, as an officer, if you're on the property of the airport in your car, you're at work, right? You're at work, and I think that's what you should just say to them. Look, I'm already here, I'm in the parking lot, and if they don't work with you, you call an APFA rep immediately and say, look, this is what they're doing to me. In your specific case, glad you were able to make the meeting because of that. But as I told you on the break, we will make sure you're compensated. Yeah.
We have one back there.
That's all the questions I have, but I mean, that's what.
That's it. Go ahead, Tycho.
So I know we're well past our designated time, so I take up more, but I made a list throughout the meeting, so it's quite a few.
Do you want to come up here?
No. I'm not as entertaining.
All right.
I'll go quickly and you can hit them quickly, or you can give them and then I'll ask you later. The first one is I'm a commuter. And so I really enjoy that valet bag tag when I'm commuting with my 3 pieces, and I stuff my uniform in my bag because I hate wearing my uniform when I'm commuting. There's a lot of agents around the system. We might be LaGuardia based, Chicago based, but we touch the system throughout our trips. And I've had many agents claim if it's not in web reference, it doesn't exist. I don't care what your contract says. So,
Well, he's kidding. You can take
my
It's for the meeting.
question is, that's what they go by, web reference. And as a commuter, we got this policy in 2015 for the valet tags, and then it got amended to not include being in uniform, or to include not being in uniform. And yet agents aren't honoring it. And to this day, that's 2015. To this day, 8 years later, we're still not getting our contract honored, and we're already talking about negotiations of the next contract. So this is very frustrating, and I'm sure it's been like that for years past too. So long story short, the reason I bring that up is because it's a problem that I want to see disseminate the information disseminated in the way that agents are actually getting it and honoring it, and they're not telling us, I've never seen this in my life, and I've been here 33. I don't care how long you've been here. Read web reference better, but how do we hold them accountable? Secondly,
let's take them one at a time.
Well, it's the same thing, just to piggyback on that. When I ran into that issue most recently, I called the MODs and they put me in touch with a flight service manager in Dallas. This is where it happened most recently. And the FSM said, no, you're wrong. The agent's right. Because the FSM is quoting an old copy of the contract that they have in their possession. So my other thought is, does APFA proactively try to make sure all of the FSMs are equipped with the most up-to-date information so they're representing us well?
Unfortunately, no, because it's not in our scope of like what we could do, but what the issue with that specific problem is that there must be a grievance filed every time you are not honored what's in your contract. And the reason I say that is because we could continue to bring it to the stations, but an issue like the one where your bags are not being tagged properly when you're commuting is one that has to transcend stations, right? And now you're talking about another labor union, you're talking about CWA, right, which is going to protect their agents. So that has to be enough. And I hate to say this, if you were to reach out to us every month, every time it happens, to file another line, another sound, we'll keep filing them. And they'll follow up.
Eventually.
I promise you they'll fix it. And I've heard that more on Facebook, where someone will go and rant about their frustration, but we don't get it in our inbox. So please send it to us.
Okay.
Hopefully you'll be on the council, so I'll be one of your.
You started off the meeting about communication. That was your primary topic. I don't have Facebook. I don't want Facebook. I've been there, done that years ago. I don't want to be back on it. I use WhatsApp to communicate with people in my general seniority group. I use Telegram channels to communicate when I was in Charlotte for Raleigh flyers and so on. A suggestion is maybe start a WhatsApp group or a Telegram channel, specifically one that allows only you to post and us to follow. That might be another way, because I do check emails, but I've noticed there's a lot of people in my seniority range that don't check their emails, and they're asking questions that we consider very basic and redundant, and every day it's happening, but we still answer them. But I feel like we need to make sure they're subscribed to the hotlines and the briefs. And we also need to use channels that they're using, because I don't use Facebook and I won't use it again.
So you're saying that you think a WhatsApp for the base would be productive?
They have WhatsApp communities and they have WhatsApp chats, and the community allows the owner of that community to post and not others to comment and blow it up and, create this big storm of messages that people start like, too much going on, I am subscribed.
So it's just an electronic billboard with no ability to.
What is it called?
Telegram is best for that. WhatsApp kind of does it.
Yeah.
But they're both modern text platforms that
Mhm.
everybody's using because they work over Wi-Fi, whereas SMS doesn't work until you're back on the ground or Wi-Fi call.
What's the name of the one where you get to use it like a bulletin board?
Telegram channels and then WhatsApp communities.
I use MySpace. I guess that was a bad joke.
I can look into
Just suggestions to connect
No,
with the
absolutely.
younger generations and not just younger, but people who are using modern tech.
Let me give you a response to these. I'll look into them, but let me give you a response to both of them. An avenue like this for officers, would put us in the position that we would have to maintain them, one. Two, we would have to update them. And so the other part is that it could also drive one base to be doing something that is not being done unilaterally through the system. Right now, I would look into them, and I think this would be a good initiative. For example, on a voluntary basis for a base council rep to decide they would volunteer to manage this, right? But as a commitment, it would have to probably be something that we go through the board. You see what I'm saying? Because if it's successful and it sticks, I may have 8 base presidents at other bases telling me, what did you just do? Like, I can't do that at my base. It's, but I like the idea, and that's ties into the LaGuardia at APFA that we created. It's why we did it. So I give you my word, I will look into.
Okay, just to respond to that, you talk about the unilateral, like if one base did something that the others aren't doing. You actually have thorough and insightful base briefs, whereas other bases I've been at aren't as on top of that, and they don't seem to care, it's copy and paste. So it's still unilateral, and it's gonna be that way until someone actually starts caring.
You want to tell my base vice president who tells me I write too much?
You're much better, they are not.
Yeah, I used to write
So
like,
you just lost somebody after the fourth.
yeah, I used to write briefs that were like.
I assume that's why you've done PDFs now, but for someone who actually gets their emails downloaded automatically to Gmail and then logs in and can't click it because there's no Wi-Fi yet.
Yeah.
That's frustrating for PDFs too. So I like to see that big long paragraph, and if I care, I'm gonna read it. If I don't, so on.
I appreciate that feedback.
Then, this is just a random question. We were talking about tapes at cruise
I
scheduling.
don't want you, I don't want you to rush. We're here for you, so don't rush. Go through your
They're
questions.
watching it, we don't know how.
No, it's not, it's time, it's okay. We're here for you, so don't worry about it. Just ask me questions.
So cruise scheduling, how long are tapes saved or preserved? For like, if I say, can you pull the tape on this? When did they delete those? When are they allowed to delete them?
To be safe, I would say that after probably 3 months that it's hard to get them, but we have had them saying that they can't find them, and that happens often, but usually it's 3 months then.
90 days generally.
You briefly mentioned reserve and PBS bidding classes in May and June. That's for anybody and everybody that wants to attend.
That's for the entire base, and it's virtual.
Okay, it's virtual, and you'll be sending out an email to sign up, or you just show up?
Well, I'm in the process right now of securing, the experts, right, that have the knowledge, because I have an overall pretty good knowledge about them, but I think the experts will help me make sure that we cover everything. Once that's done, I will communicate the dates to the base. One thing I'm not good about, and I need to get better on, is putting out things way ahead for their, but those classes have to be done ASAP, because I think the summer's gonna be a challenge. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Will you hold multiple of each specifically because like I may be flying on Monday, but I was available Tuesday?
Yeah,
Maybe you help me know.
definitely, that's a good suggestion, and I'm putting it right here. Here's the thing with those, so you know, if I put one out or put one for people to participate, it's gonna be recorded and put on the APFA website.
Got it. Next thing you talk about Connect Me, and in our old CCI, it says April 17th is the launch at every station supposedly. What is the APS base stance on the 2 messages and our failure or inability to reply? How are you gonna like address that if management or an FSM or someone says, hey, you're not doing this and you're in trouble? How will you approach that issue?
Do you really want me to ask the question on the record? Because I will. I mean, I'll tell you.
Yes.
So, I said earlier that I want to give the company an opportunity to have a resource in place that does give us 2 very important pieces of information: when the last customer ran through the EGR, and, you know, the bins. They want to know so that they know the plane is ready to leave. But for me, if it becomes a problem and it starts to lead into your performance, then we're talking about a conversation with the FAA about interfering with our duties on board going with the aircraft doors open. Because just so you know, and I didn't want to go there, but I will now that you're asking me as a member. The Connect Me could possibly interfere with things the FAA says we should be doing, like using electronic devices that you're not supposed to on duty. So I'm saving that in my pocket, and I hope you don't have to go there. But I want you to know that if they were to come after you with corrective action, we have a plan.
Have they communicated what those actions or punitive measures may be?
Yes, but I can't discuss it on this call.
Understood. And then the final thing about Connect Me, I recently had an agent lie to me and Connect Me. No one could prove it was a lie because we didn't have time to prove it, about a UM and their seat assignment. And what do we do when we encounter a situation where we know it's a lie, but we don't have the time to address it then and there?
Define a lie.
Telling me that they put a UM in one seat and a UM paid for this seat, and it says in their policy that don't change the seat if it's paid for. They had a window and then they put them in a middle seat somewhere else because it was more convenient for another passenger that wanted a seat change. And I said, why did you change their seat and put them next to this giant person who's now encroaching in their space? They couldn't have predicted the man was giant, but it was one of the consequences. And they said, no, they've always had that seat. We have the documents to verify it. That's not true because the UM told me, and I saw it myself on the specials list before I signed him for my trip. So what would we do in a situation like that where an agent's being, not telling the truth?
So let's walk back a bit, because there's an accusation in there, right? And we want to make sure that, and especially when we're working with fellow union members, agents have a union, right? They're union members. When you say a lie,
It might be that this person didn't know the history behind the sea changes and they were telling the truth based on what they observed. I get that.
right.
But if they say they have the documents to verify it, what documents are they looking at if I have the specials list from before I sign it?
I think that, and I'm gonna be very narrow in my response, a specific issue like exactly the one you explained to me is one that I would convey to the agent, right, that you don't think that that was the appropriate thing to do, to sit the where they would be inconvenienced, and that the information they gave you as to why they sat them there doesn't seem correct. And then I think I would put that in an email to us, the officers, so that we can then try to either make sense of it, or I can go to my counterpart at CWA and say, hey, you need to make your agents aware that, UM specifically, where you sit them, if you're not in the cabin, you don't know where you're sending a UM. How about you communicate with the person or the number one before you move that UM, in case the seat you're putting them in may not be the right seat.
And safety,
But we would deal with something like that directly.
safety.
I just want to know where to reach out in a situation.
Us,
like
to
that.
us.
Can I piggyback on, can I piggyback
Yeah,
on
sure.
about the agents situation as well? So you know how on mobile CCI we can read the R text, the C text, whatever, the verifications and what their notes are regarding to that flight.
Right.
I have a lot of certain gate agents write, I don't want to say it's a quote unquote a lie, but they do write certain things that are not true onto like, because I screenshot all the stuff that they have written that made no sense, because I think you had two gate agents come on board telling me, oh, they're doing their upgrades, they're doing seat swaps. I get it. That's what they need to do to fix, obviously for
Right.
measures of different people to get on board, which are, revenue standbys or whatever situation may be for non-regs, whatever. But they say we closed the door late because, quote unquote, we, as a flight attendant, we failed to find bins when they allowed Group 9s to bring on board luggages, or we don't even have any spaces. So like, for example, for a baby bus, obviously it doesn't take more than what a 730 would, right? Because we can't turn luggages to its vertical size. So it's just like, they're telling us, oh, well, you should have bin space. And they'll write it onto their syntax and nartex, like, hey, this is why we closed.
Yeah, and that's just an FA 0 delay.
Yeah.
Because it's failure to complete duties.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Actually.
So when that happens, it frustrates me because now you're taking this on our paper trails, stating as if we were the one who made a mistake. So what do we do when it comes up to point of that?
Right, so the first thing I think that's important about this back and forth with the agents and connecting, which is my initial issue with the whole thing, is that we gotta try to kind of back down from the label of lie or misinformation, right? So let's first realize that they have a world of their own that's outside the aircraft, that we're separated by a jet bridge, and we have our own just inside the aircraft with the reality of what's gonna take off, right? So if the agent is communicating through Connect Me and is putting information in there that yourself is either deceitful or not right, what I did always, and this is before all this, if that flight left late, I don't care if we were ready to go. I wrote a flight to the report to my tablet. Not the tablet, we didn't have tablet at the time, but I would write a report. I would say, because we always have delays pinned on us. So what I want you to be careful with is when you're reporting something to the company, to anyone, us, it's okay, but to the company, stay clear of what you don't know for certain that happened, and state that what you read, right, is not what you see manifested itself on the aircraft. Agent said, did X, Y, and Z. However, in his case, the UM was sitting next to someone who, right, and then that report is what we would use so that FA 0 is, because we'll go to the flight service manager and say, this FA 0 has to go. Why? Because here's the report from the flight attendant about what actually transpired. Now, so you guys know, when you get an FA4 or any of those things, those delays are not very easy to fight because somebody has to carry the weight of the delay, someone. And so
For sure.
always stick to the facts, right? And yeah, as mad as an agent makes you based on what they wrote that you know is not true, when you're reporting to the company via the tablet, the two things you have to do is one, report it. Two, they look at when you did it. Because if you do it after your manager called you about getting a delay, you're now, in their eyes, defending yourself. But if you submitted the report after you knew that this agent was not being truthful, et cetera, that report is there before you even take off. So that's gonna, before your manager even calls you, they're gonna see you wrote a report. Because they have access to all that.
So would it be, would it be flight attendant report and SIRS report as well?
No, flight attendant report. SIRS is for, SIRS is for more safety, yeah.
Okay.
But I would write a flight attendant report, and this is my rule of thumb, but it's nothing in policy. If your flight's ever leaving the gate late for something that's not obviously a mechanical or something, I'm sorry, open the tablet, it's literally click, and just put no involvement in delay. That's it, send it. When your manager gets a report that you're approved to the delay, they will see already your flight attendant report that you did not have anything to do with the delay. And that gives us ammunition to fight the delay.
That's okay. So the next one is I just transferred back in and I'm the most junior purser.
You came from?
I came from Charlotte briefly, but Chicago for a long time. So I was under Debbie Carvada and I seeing her again. I was like, I appreciate who she is and what she does.
Right.
I understand where she's coming from. I come from the three break base as a purser, and now I'm in a new culture and I've got to adapt. What is your stance on protecting me when I adapt to that culture when it comes to breaks?
So you're asking me that you came from a base that does 3 breaks. What are we talking about?
We're talking about
Extended
in
long
New
range?
York where people have their 2 breaks and I as a purser take the heat if something goes wrong. What does APFA do to protect me since it's a culture part of being based in New York? Does that make sense?
Protect you because what?
Because you're only allowed a certain amount of
Who set
time.
up the break?
Say again?
The brakes. Who set up the brakes in this scenario?
Me as the purser.
So you voluntarily set up 2 brakes? Is that what you're asking me?
If I set up 2 breaks because I'm adapting to the culture and I don't want conflict on the plane, what is APFA doing locally to protect me if something goes wrong?
What would go wrong? We don't have those cases here at the base. I'm just asking because we don't have cases.
So, you'll have flight attendants who say I felt unsafe because they did 2 breaks, and this is not necessarily LaGuardia or JFK. This is just things I've experienced. Or they may be, they made it difficult to do the service because I usually take the middle break and I set up the galley and I break down the galley, things like this. And then a medical emergency goes, they're like, we don't have enough flight attendants that are awake right now to address this.
So you're saying more the position it's putting you in, how would we protect you from being in that circumstance?
I'm asking if I choose 2 breaks, and let's say a medical happens, and there's 2 breaks, and they, well, why weren't there more flight attendants awake? Why was more than a third of the crew down? I take the heat because I made a decision. Are you guys able to step in because it's a New York cultural thing to do those 2 breaks to protect me?
Okay, so there's always one question in the meeting that has to be difficult, but I'll answer. So if you're a purser on a flight, remember, we're on a meeting that's being recorded, and we're gonna be transparent, we're gonna speak the way we should. So if you're on a flight and you have a tablet that says what breaks are designated for that flight, and as the person, you make a decision, the excuse about adapting is non-existent, number one, there's no such thing, because we have rules, policies like social media, performance, right? So what I suggest you do is that if you personally think that doing a number of breaks puts you in an awkward situation, should something happen and then that come into question, you need to then stand your ground as a person and follow the policies. Because when you get called in, APFA cannot, have you in a situation to misrepresent facts, which can actually end your career, right? But what we would do in that situation is, I, at least in every case I've had it, have had always a really productive conversation with the company. We have never put that on the record, ever. Now, does management know that sometimes their lack of staffing them rescheduling us illegally repeatedly, long days, us extending our duty days may not necessarily manifest that day into rest, that we are tired. There's gonna be times where flight attendants need a little more rest because that's better, and I don't know that they want us angry and cranky and be out for the follow-on. I'd rather have a flight attendant that is glad to serve me breakfast when I'm landing in the morning at an IPD station. But if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're being held accountable, it is your decision as a person, because that's why they made, that's when you were personal, you said, I'm gonna honor, right, these policies and procedures. So we would take care of you. Not that we would defend it, but I assure you here in New York, I can only speak about here, we would have a productive conversation with the company where we would all learn from that scenario and no one would walk away with anything that harmed them.
Understood.
Just don't make it a habit because I'm not too young.
No worries.
I'm getting old.
I'm almost done my list if you guys don't mind. So
No worries.
briefly, Eric mentioned about the deadline to 10 business days from the date of the company's decision when filing a grievance. He used an example and I missed it because I guess I was spacing out. He said, let's say they issue a mistrip. Is that what he was referring to as a company's decision the moment the mistrip's issued, and then you have 10 business days to file that?
So we've had people who've had mistrips, say they got a mistrip back in January, and they're just bringing it to us now. We can open the timeline again. Eric is a big advocate of reopening the timeline. So Flight Attendant Santana got a mistrip in January, and I'm only just becoming aware of it, and he would like to have this mistrip removed, excused. Well, he didn't say anything in January. I know, I'm talking about it now. I have brought it to your attention. It is now it's been brought to your attention. I've opened the timeline. So that starts the 10 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Do you want my opinion on that?
Always.
So, as the base president, if a flight attendant comes to me and there's been any kind of harm done to them by the company, I don't care about the timeline. Do I have a conversation to honor the company, the respect they deserve, right? Because you have a contract, and the contract says, the company violates that contract every day. They do it in a way sometimes that is actually a detriment to our health. So I'm not sure there's a manager out there that's gonna come at me with timelines like that. In New York, I'm speaking of New York. The management here, we don't have that kind of relationship that we're looking at each other's clocks and times. They're not, we have a very good relationship in that way. I don't know what will happen if there's another officer after me or another administration, but timelines are there because they're meant to keep us right within a frame of like professional standard. But we're people, we're not machines. So.
We briefly talked about feeling supported by your flight service manager. I don't think there's a flight attendant around here that doesn't have a negative story to tell about their flight service managers. Is there a formal process to request to change a flight service manager?
Absolutely. You contact one of us.
Okay. You guys talked about New York paid family leave, and you did say it applies to commuters. I'm a commuter. I have a mom who's turning 70 and she's disabled. How do you actually use that?
So with the New York paid family leave, it's administered by MetLife. Okay, you have to download, I can send you the paperwork. You download the paperwork, you have her healthcare provider fill it out, and it's much more extensive than your regular family leave paperwork because you were asking for time off for somebody who is not you. You've got
Case by case, or is it like it's on record like FMLA?
it's a paperwork that's on record for your mother. So my parents are elderly. I don't need to fill it out yet for them, thankfully, but you have a mother who has health issues. So you fill it out, you have the doctor fill it out for your mother, you turn it in. It's administered by MetLife. If you need to take time off to utilize the New York paid family leave, you do not call in sick, you request a PO. We've had flight attendants who, after hours, have had issues getting POs, calling pre-scheduling, hey, I need a PO because I'm using New York paid family leave. We're not getting POs today, but can't get a hold of anybody in the local operations. Attendance managers have gone home because that's your next call. You call your attendance manager, I need to utilize New York paid family leave. Sure, I'll give you a PO. That's done if you can get a hold of them. If you can't get a hold of one of them, call one of the managers. If they're gone for the day, call daily ops and tell them that I'm utilizing your pay pen. And if you get pushback from them, contact one of us and we will call it and get them to give you the PO that you need. And then, once you have that PO, you contact MetLife and they will convert it to your pay family, so that you'll get paid.
So let's say that all that fails and all those people and all that she just said fails, please never call in sick
Take a missed trip.
for a person other than yourself, and then just call scheduling and say, hey, I need to take a missed trip. I'm not gonna be there for this trip. And then that will also be converted. Avoid it, but if you see that you're not getting someone, we don't want you hunting down folks when you have to care for your mom. Just take a missed trip.
Yeah, if it's because it's easier for the attendance managers to convert that missed trip than it is for them to convert. It's not that it can't be done, but it's easier to convert the missed trip than it is to convert, I've called in sick, but I'm using New York paid family.
I think your other question was if it's functions just like a regular FMLA where it's a block or intermittent, is that question?
Was that your other question?
I was just trying to clarify what you were saying as you went, to see if it was like FMLA, it's on file, they know it exists, and you just claim it.
Yes.
My final thought, and then the rest will be face-to-face later, is the company email. I was part of the group that was furloughed, and when I came back, my company email was completely deleted, and all of this record of everything I had gone through, for the several years prior, I have no proof anymore. It's just gone. And you guys talked about creating this LGA or LGA at APFA.org. Yes, I'll use that, but should I be contacting you from company, from personal, and when I'm talking to my FSMs, from company, from personal, because knowing that they can just erase your inbox and your record, your history of everything you've ever said.
APFA prefers that you use a personal email because Penelope.king@aa.com, that's proprietary to American Airlines. So if I use my personal email, it's a private conversation between us. And while we don't think the company is reading your email conversations, it's their email.
I have a question based on that, though. I just thought about that. So let's say that he sends an email using AA.com because the AFSMs have said that you should use AA.com.
Yes.
But they CC, he CCs himself on his private email. So then he will have that information. Whenever, that's one reason, that's one way to do it, correct?
That's what I
Okay.
was gonna suggest. If you're having a conversation with your flight service manager, your attendance manager, and they're telling you that they will only communicate with you through your company email, also include your private email. That way, if I want to talk to just you, I can delete your attendance manager, or flight service manager out of the conversation, and it's just us talking.
Okay. The rest of my, one final question. Have we had a good turnout on this team's participation? Because I tried to plug it to a lot of people too.
Thank you. Does it show you, Jen?
I don't know.
You can't tell, I'm not
Can't
seeing the
tell.
We'll
numbers.
put it out, because it'll tell us like throughout the whole meeting.
Yeah, I
Like the
never
number.
saw the numbers.
Yeah.
I kept checking it and it didn't show.
I have one more question online.
Yeah, we will upload the video, the conference, to the APFA website also. So usually this time of day, no matter when you do the meeting, it's the middle of the day and we can't do it late or too early. So, the turnout is more now that we have all this technology. It's really nice that people can just go back and it. But we'll let you know the status of like the data.
I like the team's things. I was just curious.
Yeah, I think Teams is one of the best things that happens to us, I think.
Yeah, it's great.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I'm getting heat over here because I'm trying to answer a question for you because I know it shouldn't go to you, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. So the question is, Julie stated in a recent video that they're reopening section 15 of the contract, which is the speaker section. What changes are they planning to make to the existing agreement?
Well, if they're opening it, they haven't sat and made any, they haven't put any discussions out to the company, right? And so in negotiations, as transparent as we're being, no one's privy to that because the negotiating team may have, let's say, an idea of what they're going to engage the company in. We would sabotage that process if we started to preemptively make opinions about it.
Thank you.
Okay, one more. Caesar this was a while ago, so I apologize. Hi, this is in regards of commuting, I believe, and non-RAVI. What's being done about the gate agents removing our jump seat qualifications from our booking and refusing to give us the jump seat in Delhi?
Just add some clarification. When we get A12 and we don't have a confirmed seat, it doesn't show CJ when it puts us on the priority list as RV, for example. We have to go running and say, hey, no, I have a crew ID, but it's not here. I can't give you the jump seat, but I'm right here. So
We've never had CJ when because you can't be treated like a non-rev, and CJ is only for non-revenue travel. So if you are traveling positive space and there is no seat to give you because you're on the priority list, right? At that point, I would let the agent know, hey, I'm CJ, but we don't really want people using the jump seat when you're traveling positive space, because then the company can collect that data and see no relevance in giving you positive space. So it's a double-edged sword. Like, you want the jump seat, so I would just be proactive and go to the agent and say, just in case I don't get on, I don't want to be rolled to the next flight. I'll take the jump seat because I want to get home.
Yeah. And the Delhi issue, CJ with Delhi issue.
So the Delhi issue, we first don't. I've never been told about anyone removing a CJ. Because it's Delhi, there could be something where that station has the ability to do it, because the agents in Delhi, I think some are AA, but most are not AA agents. So if that person can send me an email and give me an actual example, I can research it and get back.
Great. Okay, that's it.
I'm concerned about anybody being able to remove DJ from a PNR. I mean, I don't see how you would even start doing that. That's programmed.
I think, just as a thing, sometimes in the comment section where it would say CJ, if you open up res, they'll say here, the dog's okay, and it takes the place of CJ, so that they can just take care of it.
So the R text section where the CJ is overtaken by the here or.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Commuters, they know.
Okay, yeah. I've never had.
There's been issues with Delhi.
Delhi is a should.
That
Yeah.
happened to me in
And Doha.
Delhi,
Dallas.
Delhi, really.
When I go down.
Delhi, though, it's been some.
And Doha too.
Yeah, it's almost Delhi.
Yeah, we'll look into the CJ thing, because if it is, we need to address that as we start flying even to look for further places that could be a problem. I'll look into it.
You almost said where they were, which destinations.
Right. Who was that? Caesar?
Yeah, that was Caesar. He asked me that question.
Are you Caesar?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys after.
You're Caesar?
Why are you Caesar?
Yeah, because he sent me the message.
Oh, no, because I thought you said, are you Caesar?
No.
And I'm like, you're not Caesar. I know you're not Caesar. I was like, I know you're not Caesar.
No, she got me.
I got it. I didn't hear. I'm Caesar. No, you're not.
All right,
Okay,
So, any more questions? No more questions?
not here. Maybe Nathaniel Moore?
Nope.
Nope.
All right, so, before we close, I'm gonna close up right now. There's someone in the room who is a friend of mine. She's on the base council. She's low key. She doesn't really like attention. She doesn't want cameras on her.
It's her birthday.
And I can't, close the meeting without, thanking her, Elizabeth Lascano. She's in the back of the room. This has been, our ambulance whenever we have in-docs and we don't have an extra person to help us hand out information and to give the new hires the resources we give them. And she really provides a lot of insight to me about the turn folks. She only flies turns out of LaGuardia. She's caring for her mom now. So we're really grateful that she is kind of like in the shadows, but that's part of having a diverse council, right? A lot of us get the attention because we're in the helping people every day, but she brings a lot of good resources to us. And I just wanted to make sure we thank her for working. So thank you to all of you who tuned in. We are going to take this recording, and I am hoping that a lot of the glitches we have did not corrupt any of the files that we can upload. We may have to do sections, but we'll make sure we put everything up that we have. Penelope and I are gonna continue to do everything we can to lead this space for the next administration in a position that all of you and us, when we go back on the line, continue to enjoy solid representation. The most important thing right now that we all really should be focused on is this contract. It is really, like I said earlier, something that we've earned, but the way we're going to attain it is by showing that we actually feel as if we earned it, and we can only do that in numbers and showing up physically to the ticket events. So please, I know that we can't all show up on the same day. It's gonna get more intense. The minute compensation is in the mix, things change. Management will and may, as anyone who's in any negotiations, right? Take some type of action that may just be for their benefit. That doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It's just part of this process. So please be very vigilant and careful. If you have questions about something that happens to you and you think it's related because we're in negotiations, please do not fall prey and victim to social media and comments and people's ideas and thoughts. Yes, sometimes it's true, but what happened in 93 or 2014 does not mean that it's what's going to happen in 2023. We are here, we're the ones that have to vote on this, we're the ones that have to live under it, work under it, and benefit from it. I really truly hope that we're successful in securing the best contract we can. But again, I'm repeating it. If we earned it, we have to show up to show that we deserved it. I thank Penelope for being my base vice president now for the second term. We have really come a long way, having come from two different administrations with different ideas. I think we have found common ground where we truly, at the end of the day, look out for you and for our quality of work life, so that even when we return back to the line to fly, we can look and enjoy the fruits of what we did. Our email that we have created, the LGA@apfa.org, please, if you can, start passing the word around, start using it. We're not going to just not attend to our personal emails, but we really would like to see if we can make this work where we don't have a lag in response times and maybe lose you when we sometimes get busy. One big important thing on communication, if you reach out to me, if you reach out to Penelope, Sharon, Luciana, Eric, any of us, and you don't get a response when you need it right away, we don't ignore you. We just attend to 3,000 people, and at any given moment, we could be dealing with either a crisis, a personal issue for ourselves, right? Or time off. A lot of times we don't communicate, and I actually started to communicate a lot of what I was going to do, be at the airport, when I was going to be at the airport. Because of negotiations and because of where we're at right now, I kind of pulled back a little bit on that, because we do have to kind of leave a little bit of wondering for the company. And you will see me more at the airport in the next coming weeks and months, because there's some initiatives that we want to put out on our second term. So Penelope and I will be doing also more airport duty when we get to reach the IPD people. I sometimes feel like we forget you, we don't. It's just the nature of our hours are 9 to 5. And most of you who fly IPD come to the airport 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But we are cognizant of that we do need to kind of sometimes just stay behind a little longer, or maybe schedule some of our work later in the day so that we can reach you and you can see us and talk to us face to face. I say this in my hotlines and my briefings. I'm extremely proud to represent the space, not just because I've been based here, but because I truly do not see another base like ours. It's really just the definition of diversity, inclusiveness, equality. We have issues, we have disagreements, but the people come and go from New York. I know people who come here for seasons and they just go back because it feels like home for them. So thank you for fostering that environment, because we all contribute to it. Please take care of one another. Please, if you have an issue with someone, give professional standards a shot. EAP is there to assist you. We have Mark Bird, who's our EAP representative, and we are training 2 more reps in May. Those of you who want to join the council, like the folks here in the back of the room, next week I will be starting the onboarding process, and we will have training scheduled for the reps, and hopefully we will grow the council larger and bigger. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I don't know, you got something to add?
Sure, I'll add a little bit. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the space meeting, whether you were virtual or in person. It really means a lot to us. I've been in New York my entire career. I always tease people when they leave. I'm like, oh, you'll be back. They always come back. It really is the best space. And I echo Chris's sentiment. I'm very proud and very pleased to represent New York. And we love seeing the new people coming in, and we hope that more people get involved in APFA work with us. Thank you.
And Penelope and I started our first term, and this is New York. I said it, right? We really had a hard time because we were kind of like dealing with the pandemic and the all these cases, and our work styles were different, and we just couldn't find where it was that we were not driving, and the misunderstandings were not really personal. They were more, I think, style and just our backgrounds. And I'm very proud of her for dealing with me, for tolerating me. But you when you build a relationship like the one that Penelope and I have, I see the benefit in it, in that we don't have any motive or interest. It's weird because we share things in common and we talk, but we're really off work. We're not like, she doesn't come to my home for dinner, but she's welcome to. I don't go to her home for dinner. But what I think Penelope and I finally have is what we are supposed to be doing here. And for me, I'm a bit stern in that, and that was, I think, our issue at the beginning, that I could see that she did have the same exact passion, drive, and purpose that I had. But I had to understand that she's different and that she has it in a different way than I do. But because now that's clear, it is why I decided to run with her again. And I wouldn't choose anyone else at this moment, because we have brought this base from really, a dry spell to an abundance of resources and things. We still have a lot of work to do, but I'm very proud to work with her and the team here, Sharon, Gianna, and Liz, and Eric, and hopefully as we grow the council, we will be a bigger, larger team. So thank you again. We will put this meeting up on the APFA website, and fly safe, all of you.